representatives of industry associations, export promotion councils, traders association, commodity boards, planters association, my colleagues, students, and ladies and gentlemen. It's, there is no exaggeration in saying that we are living in a highly tiring time. A world we are confronted with is highly unpredictable. So much so that world's two leading democracies who are been cooperating on many counts, today we are confronted with a situation because of action by one of the largest democracies, the multilateral organizations which are built up over the years, and the guiding principles of trade which has been built up over the years have been completely sidelined, and countries including India are going to have a highly unpredictable uh, situation in the years to come. And in this context, when this particular announcement after 90 days, when Mr. Trump announced that India is going to have 20% tariff and another likely to have another 20% penal tariff because of our trade, our import of oil from Russia, our honorable finance minister immediately announced that he felt that this is going to have severe impact on the regional economy of Kerala, and we need to bring together different stakeholders. And he requested us to work with the Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Finance and organize this meeting. We are so happy that you have, despite numerous other commitments, all of you kindly joined us. And I have the pleasant duty of welcoming all of you for this meeting. While I am aware that each one of you are bringing to the table a vast experience and expertise and deep concern about the years to come, the days to come, and it is very often said that countries trade, but in fact, it is not the countries that trade, it is the business that trade. So much so that the business community which has joined here, they are aware of the potential dangers of this particular decision by the US administration. And as finance minister, we are concerned about the fact that to the extent that the different stakeholders and people who are depending on them are going to be affected, the state will have the responsibility of protecting them. So it will have its budgetary implications, fiscal implications as well. So you are here, all of you have joined, kindly obliged to join us despite all your busy schedule. And while each one of you are to be individually welcomed due to the lack of time, I'm welcoming all of you with a lot of expectation and enormous respect and affection to all of you. I am welcoming you. Particularly, I note the presence of our former cabinet secretary, Sri K. M. Chandrasekhar, and our planning board vice chairman has kindly agreed. V.K. Ramachandran has kindly agreed to
thank you.
Chair the session, and Commerce Secretary Designate is going to be with us at 11 o'clock to share his concern and his views. And with these words, I think our Honorable Finance Minister will be joining soon, and I'm welcoming all of you, and I would like to invite Professor V.K. Ramachandran
to
chair the session and conduct the proceedings.
Thank you, Professor Joseph. Esteemed participants and very distinguished participants and colleagues, friends, welcome to this program for the morning. We are gathered here today to discuss the impact of the Trump tariffs, primarily on Kerala's exports, but also in the general context of their impact on India. as you are aware, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has been attempting to reverse the US economy's economic decline by attempting to reduce the United States trade imbalance and to increase investment in the United States and to expand exports from the United States to other countries. These are in many ways, the objectives of any executive or emblematic leader of any country. But nevertheless, the method by which the US has sought to reduce its trade deficit is to assert US hegemony and its dominant position in the world economy. Indeed, the word dominant is a word that Donald Trump uses very frequently. He has, while the United States calls the higher tariffs on goods imported by the United States from other countries reciprocal tariffs, these are not truly reciprocal at all. They are based on a ratio of trade flows and not on matching the actual tariffs the other country imposes. This is something which will come up in the discussion. I shall not go into it in any detail. The fact of the matter is also that in addition to asserting US hegemony in order for economic needs, the United States has also used the tariff regime in order to serve its geopolitical interests. This is of course, in the Indian case, has been very evident and punitive in the form of a country-specific tariff of 25% and a second additional tariff as a penalty for basically being independent, for buying crude oil from Russia. So these have, of course, created a great deal of anxiety across the whole, among policymakers, among manufacturers, among exporters, and among different sections of the people, because ultimately the impact will be felt by our domestic economy in India as a whole and state-specific economies as well. Last week, I happened to be on a study of aquaculture in West Godavari district, and you can imagine the deep concern that was prevalent among the aquaculturists there. Today, we are going to discuss Kerala-specific issues. The Planning Board will draw on its own studies and studies by the Center for Research on International Trade on the impact and on the overall and specific impact of US tariffs on Kerala's export sectors. They will also, I believe, do a sensitivity analysis of different levels of tariffs of the impact of different levels of tariffs on the economy. The Planning Board's presentation will also take up issues of how does the economy respond to these changes in trade conditions in terms of strengthening its domestic economy and diversifying its export, the range of countries to which it exports. Let me not delay this too much longer, but I commend the Gulati Institute for their efforts in doing this. I commend also the minister who has stood very strongly on these issues over the last few months. The minister has arrived. Good morning, Minister. We have started the proceedings without you, as you see. The minister has been taking a very strong stand on these issues over the last few weeks since it became an issue. Yesterday, in a very interesting speech, you would have seen it in today's papers, the Chinese ambassador said on US tariffs that silence will only embolden the bully. And so let us congratulate the minister and GIFT GIFT for not remaining silent. Thank you very much. And I now request the The next on the, I now request the Minister, Sri K.N. Balagopal, to give his address, to address our meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The inaugural speech.
Was I clear? Was my sound clear? Sorry.
It's clear.
So you are audible.
It was.
Very well.
I welcome again, Sri Balagopal, and we look forward to your speech.
ഈ പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട അതിഥികൾക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഇങ്ങനൊരു പരിപാടി സംഘടിപ്പിക്കാൻ സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെൻറ് തന്നെ മുൻകൈ എടുത്ത് ഗിഫ്റ്റുമായിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ തന്നെ സംസാരിച്ചാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഗിഫ്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവിൽ പരമാവധി അറിയിപ്പ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ നേരിട്ട് പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നതും അല്ലാതെ ഓൺലൈനായി പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നതുമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഈ മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട വ്യാപാര ചുങ്കത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള പ്രതിനിധികൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവരുടെ അഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾക്ക് കാതോർക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം. ഇതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഇപ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് ദിവസമായി ചർച്ച ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിനകത്ത് ഇന്ത്യക്കും ബ്രസീലിനും ഉൾപ്പെടെ ലോകത്തെ റഷ്യയ്ക്കും ഉൾപ്പെടെയൊക്കെ ഏറ്റവും ശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള കടന്നാക്രമണം പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അമേരിക്ക നടത്തുന്ന ഒരു നിലപാടിനെ തുടർന്നിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഗിഫ്റ്റിൽ നടന്ന ഒരു സെമിനാറിൽ ഈ പ്രശ്നത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഞാനൊന്ന് സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഒരു അപകടം കൂടി ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ചിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ അന്നത്തെ സെമിനാറിൽ അപകടം പ്രകടമായി വന്നു തുടങ്ങിയിരുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷേ ആഗസ്റ്റ് 15 സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യദിന പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തിൽ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പ്രധാനമന്ത്രി പ്രസംഗിച്ചതോടുകൂടി എന്താണ് അമേരിക്ക ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് ഒന്നുകൂടെ വ്യക്തമാകുന്ന തരത്തിലേക്ക് ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫുകളിൽ ഈ നിർബന്ധം ബാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. മിനിഞ്ഞാന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ഡൽഹിയിലായിരുന്നു. ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫ് ഇതുവരെ ഇല്ലാത്ത തരത്തിലേക്ക് വലിയ തോതിൽ കുറയ്ക്കുന്നൊരു പ്രശ്നം കൂടി വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഇന്നത്തെ ചർച്ചയിലും ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞുള്ള ചർച്ചയിലും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വിഷയമായി എടുക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമായി മാറിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ് എത്രത്തോളം പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് എനിക്ക് സംശയമുണ്ട്. കാരണം വളരെ നല്ലൊരു കാര്യമാണ് വരാൻ പോകുന്നതെന്നൊക്കെ ചില ആളുകൾ വേണ്ടത്ര അതിൻ്റെ കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കാതെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്തായാലും ആ വിഷയം ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഉണ്ട്. എന്തായാലും ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ വന്നേക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒരു ഉപരോധത്തിൻ്റെ രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരുമെന്നാണ്. 25% + 25%, 50% ലോകത്തെ ഏറ്റവും ഉയർന്ന താരിഫ്. ആ താരിഫിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക് അറിയുന്ന കണക്കുകളാണ്. ഞാൻ അതിൻ്റെ കൂടുതൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയുന്നില്ല. സെമി കണ്ടക്ടർ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് 100% താരിഫിലേക്ക് പോകും. സെമി കണ്ടക്ടർ ബിസിനസ്സിൽ വലിയ തോതിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷേ സെമി കണ്ടക്ടർ ബിസിനസ്സിലും നമ്മൾ കാര്യമായിട്ട് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. സ്വയം പര്യാപ്തതയിലേക്ക് വരണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ഒരു രാജ്യമാണ്. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു പുതിയ സെമി കണ്ടക്ടർ റിസർച്ച് നടക്കുന്നതിനകത്ത് വന്ന ഒരു വെഞ്ചർ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്, ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റാണ് ഒരു മാസം മുമ്പ് വന്നതെന്നുള്ള വാർത്ത വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ നേത്ര സെമി കേരളത്തിലുള്ളതാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ ഇന്ത്യ തന്നെയുള്ള പ്രമുഖ കമ്പനികൾ പണം ഇട്ടു എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ വാർത്ത. അതിനിപ്പോൾ ഈ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയറിലേക്ക് കൂടി ഇത് വരും എന്നുള്ള പ്രശ്നം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മളെ വല്ലാതെ ബാധിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ വന്നേക്കുന്നൊരു കാര്യങ്ങളുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഏതൊക്കെ മേഖലയിലാണ് നേരിടുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ ഇത് സംസാരിക്കണം ഇതിങ്ങനെ റൗണ്ട് ടേബിൾ വേണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിച്ച സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള എക്സ്പോർട്ടിനെ എങ്ങനെ ബാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം ഒന്ന് പരിശോധിക്കണമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ളത് സമുദ്രോൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ്. സമുദ്രോൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളിൽ നമുക്ക് 6000-നും 7000 കോടിക്ക് അടുത്താണെന്ന് അതിൻ്റെ കണക്കുകൾ കാണിക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ടെക്സ്റ്റൈൽസിന് നല്ല പങ്കാളിത്തമുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് ഫാർമയിൽ കുറച്ചുണ്ട്. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മൊത്തത്തിൽ നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ മറ്റു പല മേഖലയിലുണ്ടെങ്കിലും അത്രയും എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഇല്ല. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് സ്പൈസസിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് തേയില, കാപ്പി, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ കശുവണ്ടി, കയർ, ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ മേഖലയിൽ നിന്ന് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് മാത്രമല്ല, കുറച്ച് വർഷം മുമ്പ് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് പോലെ അല്ല ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ആകെ എക്സ്പോർട്ട് നോക്കുന്നതായാലും കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആയാലും കേരളത്തിൽ മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി വളരെ കുറവാണെന്നുള്ള കൺസെപ്റ്റിലല്ല ഇപ്പോൾ കാണേണ്ടതെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. സമുദ്രോൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളും സ്പൈസസും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കശുവണ്ടിയും കയറും മാത്രമൊന്നും അല്ല. ഇപ്പം നമുക്ക് മെഡിക്കലിൻ്റെ കാര്യം, ഇംപ്ലാൻസിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിലൊക്കെ വലിയ മെച്ചം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ശ്രീ ബാലഗോപാൽ അദ്ദേഹം ഇതിനകത്ത് പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നതാണ്. KSIDCയുടെ ചെയർമാനും അദ്ദേഹം പ്രമുഖനായ ഈ രംഗത്ത്, വ്യവസായ രംഗത്തെപ്പറ്റി വളരെ വിശദമായി ഇടപെടുകയും അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് തന്നെ അദ്ദേഹം തന്നെ ഈ രംഗത്തുള്ള ആളാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ബ്ലഡ് ബാങ്ക് ലോകത്തെ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ യൂണിറ്റ് നമുക്കാണ്. ഈ ദന്തൽ പ്രൊഡക്ഷൻ, സ്പൈസസ് ഒക്കെ ലോകത്തെ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല പങ്കാളിത്തമുള്ള ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ആ മേഖലയെ ബാധിക്കുമെന്ന് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ കണക്കെടുത്താൽ ആപ്പിൾ ഫോണിൻ്റെ 50% നമ്മൾ തന്നെയാണ്, ഇന്ത്യയിലാണ് അത് അസംബിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വലിയ തോതിൽ നമ്മുടെ എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റിനെ ബാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ള പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. ഇത് എങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ആണ് വരുന്നതെന്നുള്ളത് ഉള്ള കണക്കുകൾ ഇപ്പോൾ പുറത്ത് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് വ്യാപാരം മിച്ചമുണ്ട് US-ഉമായിട്ടുള്ള കണക്കിൽ. ഇതിൽ 7.3 ലക്ഷം കോടി നമ്മുടെ കയറ്റുമതി ആണ്. അവിടുന്ന് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് 7.3 ലക്ഷം കോടി ഇന്ത്യയുടെ കയറ്റുമതി മൂല്യമുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ പിന്നെ ചരക്കുകൾ സേവനങ്ങൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ. ഇറക്കുമതി 3.9 ലക്ഷം കോടിയാണ്. ഇതാണ് 3.58 ലക്ഷം കോടി വ്യാപാര മിച്ചമുണ്ട് നമുക്ക്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഉള്ളൊരു സ്ഥലത്ത് ഇത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ റമിഫിക്കേഷനുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ അമേരിക്കയായിട്ടുള്ള ബന്ധത്തിലുണ്ട്. ചൈന, ബംഗ്ലാദേശ്, പാകിസ്ഥാൻ, മലേഷ്യ, തായ്ലൻഡ്, മെക്സിക്കോ തുടങ്ങിയ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതുപോലുള്ള രാജ്യങ്ങൾക്കൊക്കെ താരിഫ് കുറവാണ്. ടെക്സ്റ്റൈൽ മേഖലയിൽ മാത്രം നമുക്ക് US-ഉമായിട്ടുള്ള വ്യാപാരം 1 ലക്ഷം കോടി വരുമെന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ ടാക്സ് വരുമ്പോൾ ഈ വളരെ ചെറിയ ടാക്സിൽ നിന്ന് 50% മേളിൽ പോകുമ്പോഴേക്കും ഒരിക്കലും നമുക്ക് കോമ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ടെക്സ്റ്റൈൽ മേഖല. ഇത് പൊതുചിത്രമാകുമ്പോൾ കേരളത്തെ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ബാധിക്കുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രത്യേകം നോക്കേണ്ടത്. ഈ പൊതുചിത്രം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇതൊരു ഭീഷണിയുടെ പ്രശ്നം കൂടിയാണ്. ഇന്ത്യയെ പല രാജ്യങ്ങളെയും വിരട്ടി പിടിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ശ്രമത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അമേരിക്ക ലോകത്തെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഉൽപ്പാദന കേന്ദ്രമായി ഗ്രേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വീണ്ടും വരണമെന്നുള്ള താല്പര്യത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ പറയുന്നത് ഇത് മാത്രമല്ല, റഷ്യയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള പെട്രോൾ ഇറക്കുമതി ചെയ്യുന്നതിൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടാണ്, പെട്രോളിയത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നതെങ്കിലും നമുക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാം റഷ്യയിൽ നിന്ന് ആണവ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ പലതും അമേരിക്ക ഇറക്കുമതി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് മാത്രമല്ല പ്രശ്നം. അമേരിക്കൻ പ്രസിഡന്റ് പറഞ്ഞൊരു പ്രസ്താവന നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നു. ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്കണോമി ആൻഡ് റഷ്യൻ എക്കണോമി ആർ ഡെഡ് എക്കണോമീസ് ആൻഡ് ബിക്കോസ് ദെയർ താരിഫ് ഈസ് വെരി ഹൈ. ഗിസ്റ്റിലെ സെമിനാറിൽ ഞാൻ പറയുമ്പം ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്കണോമിയും റഷ്യൻ എക്കണോമിയും ഡെഡ് എക്കണോമിയാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് ലക്ഷ്യം വെക്കുന്നത് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഇന്റേണൽ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫാണ് അന്ന് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. അന്ന് പക്ഷേ വേണ്ടത്ര അത് ഗൗരവത്തിൽ നിങ്ങളും കണ്ടോന്ന് എനിക്ക് സംശയമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അതിപ്പോൾ വളരെ പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ അത് വന്നു. കാരണം ഇത് കുറച്ചു കാലമായിട്ട് നടക്കുകയാണ് ഈ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫ്. ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ബാധിക്കുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് ഞാൻ പിന്നീട് വരാം. അത് ചെറുതായിട്ട് എൻ്റെ ഒരു അസസ്മെന്റ് ഞാൻ പറയാം. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കാര്യത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ബാധിക്കുക? നമുക്ക് സമുദ്രോൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളും സുഗന്ധവ്യഞ്ജനങ്ങളും തേയിലയും കാപ്പിയും തുടങ്ങിയ സാധനങ്ങളാണല്ലോ നമ്മുടെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലുള്ളത്. ഇത് വരുമ്പം നമ്മുടെ സ്പൈസസ് ഉണ്ട്, കുരുമുളകും ഏലവും തേയിലയും എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഐറ്റങ്ങളൊന്നും പറയുന്നില്ല. കയറ്റുമതി നല്ലതുപോലുള്ള ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനമാണ് ഈ മേഖലയിൽ. ഈ മത്സ്യത്തിൻ്റെ തന്നെ ഇന്ത്യ എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ഒരു 18% നമുക്കുണ്ടെന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ കണക്ക്. ഇതെങ്ങനെയാണ് ബാധിക്കുക? കയറും കശുവണ്ടിയുടെ പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് കുറവാണ്, മത്സ്യവും മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അതെങ്ങനെയാണ് ബാധിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ആണ് നോക്കേണ്ടത്. പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും 50% വരുമ്പം ഈ ചെമ്മീൻ ഇവിടുന്ന് കയറ്റി വയ്ക്കുക. നമുക്ക് സമുദ്രത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ളതാണ് കൂടുതലും. ആന്ധ്രയാണ് കൂടുതലും വളർത്തുന്ന ചെമ്മീൻ അയക്കുന്നത്. ഗുജറാത്ത് നമ്മളെക്കാളും അയക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, അവർക്കും സമുദ്രമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ചെമ്മീൻ്റെ വില അവിടേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ 100 രൂപയ്ക്ക് പകരം 150 രൂപയാവും കസ്റ്റമറിന് അവിടെ 50% ആകുമ്പോൾ. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും കസ്റ്റമർ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ വില കുറഞ്ഞ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്ക് നോക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ചെയ്യുക, ഇന്ത്യയിലെ പ്രൊഡ്യൂസർ പറയും ഞാൻ ഇവിടുന്ന് അയക്കണമെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് വില കുറച്ച് കിട്ടും. മത്സ്യം പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വരുന്ന ആൾ 200 രൂപയ്ക്കാണ് കൊഞ്ച് കൊടുക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ 150 രൂപയ്ക്ക് 1 കിലോ എടുക്കും. അപ്പോൾ മത്സ്യത്തൊഴിലാളിയുടെ കൂലി കുറയും എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള എഫക്റ്റ്. മത്സ്യത്തൊഴിലാളി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ ബോട്ടിൻ്റെ എണ്ണ അടിച്ച് പോയിട്ട് വരാനുള്ള പണം പോലും കിട്ടാതെ വരും. രണ്ടാമത് എന്താ ചെയ്യുക? നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടുന്ന് പ്രോസസ്സിങ്ങിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂലി കുറവ് കിട്ടുന്നൊരു മേഖലയാണ് ഈ ചെമ്മീൻ ഫാക്ടറികളിലേത്. വളരെ വളരെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ കൂലിയും കുറയ്ക്കാൻ നിർബന്ധമാവും. ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ എഫക്റ്റ് വരുന്നത് തൊഴിലാളിക്കും ഇത് വരുമെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ധാരണ. ഇവിടെ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ എക്സ്പെർട്സാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്, നിങ്ങൾ ആ തരത്തിൽ പിന്നെ പരിശോധിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും വരും, കയറിലായാലും മറ്റു മേഖലയിലൊക്കെ വരും. കശുവണ്ടി ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ചില പ്രതിസന്ധി നേരിടുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം കശുവണ്ടി ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്ന രാജ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ കശുവണ്ടി നേരിട്ട് പ്രോസസ്സ് ചെയ്യാൻ പഠിച്ചു. ഇപ്പോൾ ആഫ്രിക്കയും ലാറ്റിൻ അമേരിക്കയും വിയറ്റ്നാം പോലും നേരത്തെ എന്താ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് മുഴുവൻ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുമായിരുന്നു തോട്ടണ്ടി. ഇപ്പോൾ അവിടെ തന്നെ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു വലിയ ബൾക്കായിട്ടുള്ള കശുവണ്ടി ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കണക്കനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് പോകുന്നത് അമേരിക്കക്കല്ല, പക്ഷെ മറ്റ് സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതിനെല്ലാം ട്രേഡിൻ്റെ മൊത്തം എഫക്റ്റ് മൊത്തത്തിലാണല്ലോ വരിക. അപ്പോൾ അതിനെ ബാധിക്കുന്ന തരത്തിലേക്ക് അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഓരോന്നും വരും. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വരുന്ന ഈ വലിയ സാമ്പത്തിക തകർച്ച വലിയ തോതിൽ നമ്മളെ ബാധിക്കും. അപ്പം ഇത് വളരെ കൃത്യമായി ലോകത്ത് ഒരു ആധിപത്യം കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ശ്രമമാണെന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ, അവരുടെ ഭരണപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയേണ്ടതില്ല. യുദ്ധം പറ്റുന്നിടത്ത് യുദ്ധം പറ്റാത്തിടത്ത് നേരിട്ട് യുദ്ധം, ആരും ചോദിക്കാനും പറയാനില്ലാത്തിടത്ത് നേരിട്ട് യുദ്ധം, അല്ലാത്തിടത്ത് ആളെ വിട്ട് യുദ്ധം, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആളെ കൊണ്ട് ചെയ്യിക്കുന്ന യുദ്ധം, പിന്നെ പതുക്കെ വന്നിട്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ള ഒരു വേൾഡിനകത്തൊരു കൺട്രോളിൻ്റെ തന്നെ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. ദൗർഭാഗ്യവശാൽ ഇപ്പോൾ അത് വന്നിട്ട് ഈ ഏറ്റവും ഒടുവിൽ വന്നേക്കുന്ന പ്രശ്നത്തിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഈ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫിന്റെ പ്രശ്നത്തിൽ വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം വരിക. ഞാൻ അതുകൂടെ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ അധികം ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാത്തൊരു വിഷയമായിട്ട് പറയുകയാണ്. ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടുത്തെ കണക്കുകളും ചർച്ച വരുന്നതാണ്. എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ഇതിനെ നേരിടാൻ തുടങ്ങിയ കാര്യങ്ങളും എങ്ങനെയാണ് നഷ്ടം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മളോട് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫ് ഇന്നലെയും മിനിഞ്ഞാന്നുമായി ചേർന്ന കമ്മിറ്റി, ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ GST കൗൺസിൽ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് മിനിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട് ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറച്ച് നാളായിട്ട് പല ഐറ്റങ്ങൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. വളരെ വിശദമായിട്ട് ഓരോ ഇനത്തിലും വരുന്ന നഷ്ടം എത്രയാണെന്നൊക്കെ തന്ന് തയ്യാറാക്കിയിട്ടാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആകെ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം 22,800,000 കോടി രൂപയാണ് ആകെ GST വരുമാനം ഇന്ത്യയിലെ മൊത്തം സെൻട്രൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റും എല്ലാം. 22,800,000. ആ 22,800,000 നിന്നും ഒരു 4 ലക്ഷം കോടിയെങ്കിലും കുറയുമെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു കണക്ക്. അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ കുറയാൻ സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കണക്ക്, SBIയുടെ കണക്കൊക്കെ അതല്ല. SBI പറയുന്നത് 1 ലക്ഷത്തിനടുത്താണ്. വേറെ HSBC മറ്റേത് ബാങ്കുകൾ പറഞ്ഞത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റഡീസ് പറയുന്നത് 1.5 ലക്ഷം 2 ലക്ഷം വരെയാണ്. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മാത്രം ഞാൻ പറയാം. കേരളത്തിലൊരു 9,000-8,000 കോടി രൂപ നഷ്ടം. അതെങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഓട്ടോമൊബൈൽ മാത്രം 28% എന്നുള്ളത് 18% പോകുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി 1,000-1,200 കോടിയുടെ നഷ്ടം വരും. ഓട്ടോമൊബൈൽ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് 500 കോടിയോളം വരും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സിമെൻറ്റ്, വൈറ്റ് ഗുഡ്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മുടെ വില കൂടിയ ആസ്പിറേഷണൽ ഗുഡ്സ് എന്നാണ് അവർ പറയുക. ഞാൻ ഇന്നലെ അവിടെ പറഞ്ഞ ആസ്പിറേഷണൽ ഗുഡ്സ്, ലക്ഷറി ഐറ്റംസിന് കുറയുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സാധാരണ ഒരു എക്കണോമി എളുപ്പമല്ല. 1 ലക്ഷം രൂപ വിലയുള്ള ആപ്പിൾ ഫോണിന് 10,000 രൂപ കുറയുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കും. ആസ്പിറേഷണൽ ഗുഡ്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൽ 12 കോടിയുടെ ഒരു കാർ ഈ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഒരാൾ മേടിച്ചു. നല്ല വാർത്തയായിരുന്നു, ഫാൻഡം. അപ്പം 12 കോടിയുടെ പണം മേടിക്കുന്നതും അയാൾക്കൊരു ആസ്പിറേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം ആസ്പിറേഷണൽ ഗുഡ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. എന്തായാലും ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി വരുന്ന നഷ്ടം വലിയ നഷ്ടമാണ്. കേരളത്തിന് ഇത് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ബാധിക്കും. കാരണം ഇന്ത്യയിലെ മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ ഉള്ള ആവറേജ് ഇപ്പോൾ 28, 18, 12, 5 എന്ന തരത്തിലാണ് 4 സ്ലാബ്. ഈ 28% സ്ലാബിലും 18% സ്ലാബിലും ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സാധനങ്ങൾ വിൽക്കുന്നത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വാങ്ങുന്നത് കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് ഉള്ളത് കേരളത്തിലാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വലിയ സിറ്റീസിൽ നമുക്കുള്ളൂ. 2017-18 ഒരിക്കൽ ലോക്സഭാ ഇലക്ഷൻ മുമ്പായിട്ട് ഒരു കുറവ് വരുത്തിയിരുന്നു. അന്ന് ഈ 28% എന്നുള്ള ഐറ്റങ്ങൾ കുറച്ചു. അന്ന് നമുക്കുണ്ടായ നഷ്ടം നമ്മുടെ പഴയ കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അറിയാം. നമ്മൾ ഈ GST നടപ്പിലാക്കുമ്പോൾ ഓരോ വർഷവും 14% വീതം എക്കണോമി ഗ്രോ ചെയ്യും. ആ ടാക്സ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടും. അത് 5 വർഷത്തേക്ക് അഷ്വർ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റഡ് റവന്യൂ തന്നിരുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ആദ്യത്തെ വർഷം 2,000, 3,000 ഒക്കെ ഉള്ളായിരുന്നു. ഇതങ്ങോട്ട് കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം ഒറ്റയടിക്ക് 8,000 കോടി തരേണ്ടി വന്നു. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മുടെ ടാക്സ് റവന്യൂ ഒറ്റയടിക്ക് കുറഞ്ഞത് ഇത്രയും വന്നു കേരളത്തിൽ, അന്നത്തെ ലിമിറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം. റവന്യൂ ഇത് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ആകെയുള്ള 100 രൂപ ടാക്സിൽ 15 രൂപയായിരുന്നു RNR, റവന്യൂ ന്യൂട്രൽ റേറ്റ് അനുസരിച്ച് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. അന്നത്തെ കുറവ് വരുത്തിയപ്പോൾ അത് നേരെ 11%. ഇപ്പോൾ പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റഡ് റവന്യൂ ഇല്ല. 5 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ അത് നിർത്തി. ഇപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റഡ് റവന്യൂ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് അന്ന് ഉറപ്പ് തന്ന പ്രൊട്ടക്റ്റഡ് റവന്യൂ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നത് 21,000 കോടിയാണ്. അത്രയും ഗ്യാപ്പാണ് പണ്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്ന സെയിൽ ടാക്സിൻ്റെ കാലഘട്ടത്തിനേക്കാളും ഇപ്പോൾ വരുന്നതെന്നാണ് കണക്ക് കാണിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ കുറവുകൂടെ വരുമ്പോൾ അത് 30,000 കോടിയാവും. ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് ആൾക്ക് സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് ഈ ആനുകൂല്യം കൊടുക്കുന്നതിന് നമ്മൾ എതിരല്ല, ടാക്സ് എക്സംഷൻ കൊടുക്കണം. പക്ഷേ ഹൈ വാല്യൂ ലക്ഷറി ഗുഡ്സിനല്ല കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത്, സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് കൊടുക്കണം. ഫുഡിൻ്റെ 0-യിലേക്ക് പോകും പലതും, പൊക്കോട്ടെ. അതൊക്കെ 5% ബ്രാക്കറ്റ് വളരെ കുറച്ചേ വരൂ. 5% ബ്രാക്കറ്റ് വളരെ കുറവാണ്. വളരെ കൂടിയ കോസ്മെറ്റിക്സും വളരെ കൂടിയ ഇലക്ട്രോണിക് ഗുഡ്സും വളരെ കൂടിയ സാധനങ്ങളൊക്കെ അങ്ങനെ കുറയുന്നതുണ്ടാവുന്ന എഫക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ലക്ഷറി ഗുഡ്സിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. നമ്മളെന്നാലും പൊതുവിൽ ഈ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് അവിടെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്തില്ല. കാരണം അവിടെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് മിനിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യില്ല, നേരിട്ടത് പിന്നെ GST കൗൺസിലിലേക്ക് പോകും. നമ്മളെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞ ഒറ്റ കാര്യം, ഈ ലോസ് വരുമ്പം സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളുടെ വരുമാന നഷ്ടം പരിഹരിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകും, അത് ചർച്ചയാണ്. സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് വരുമാന നഷ്ടം കുറച്ചുണ്ടാവും. പക്ഷേ അവർക്ക് 1.5 ലക്ഷം കോടിയാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം ഡിവിഡൻഡ് മാത്രം കിട്ടിയത്, റിസർവ് ബാങ്കിൽ നിന്ന് മാത്രം. സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ബാങ്കും മറ്റെല്ലാം കൂടെ ഡിവിഡൻഡ് മാത്രം 4-5 ലക്ഷം കോടിയൊക്കെ ഇപ്പോൾ കിട്ടുന്നു. അത് ഒരിക്കലും സ്റ്റേറ്റിന് കൊടുക്കണ്ട. പിന്നീട് ആകെ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ വരുമാനത്തിൻ്റെ 20% ഈ പിന്നെ സെസ്സായിട്ട് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, അതും താഴോട്ട് ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യണ്ട. അങ്ങനെ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് പല മാർഗ്ഗമുണ്ട്. ഇതെല്ലാം സ്റ്റേറ്റിൻ്റെ അപ്രിഹെൻഷനാണ്, അല്ലാതെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മാത്രമല്ല. നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞത് എങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പോകും. സ്റ്റേറ്റിന് ഈ വരുമാനം വന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏറ്റവും താഴെയുള്ള ആളുകൾക്കാണ്. നമ്മളിവിടെ 42 ലക്ഷം കുടുംബങ്ങൾക്ക്, ഏകദേശം 1.5 കോടി, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പകുതി ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു വർഷം 5 ലക്ഷം രൂപ വരെ ചികിത്സ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാരുണ്യ പദ്ധതിയുണ്ട്. അവിടെയാണ് ആ പണം എവിടെ നിന്ന് വരിക? പിന്നെ ലൈഫ് പദ്ധതി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറ്റു പരിപാടിക്കൊക്കെ സർക്കാരുകൾക്ക് പണം വേണം. ഇവിടെ ഇത്ര ഒരു കാര്യം വരുമ്പോൾ ഇതിനകത്തൊരു ചെറിയ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം ഇവിടെ മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്യാനുള്ളൂ. ഞാൻ ഈ വിഷയം പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് പറയാനാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചത്. എന്താണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ താല്പര്യം? 1 ലക്ഷം രൂപയ്ക്ക് ഇപ്പം തന്നെ കാറുകളുടെ ഇറക്കുമതി ചുങ്കം ഇപ്പോൾ കുറച്ചു. അത് നേരത്തെ അത്ര ശ്രദ്ധിക്കപ്പെട്ടിട്ടില്ല. UK-യുമായിട്ടുള്ള FTA-യുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ജാഗ്വറിൻ്റെയും പിന്നെ ലാൻഡ് റോവറിൻ്റെയും ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ള ഇറക്കുമതി ചുങ്കം 70 മുതൽ 100 വരെയൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു. അത് 10% ആക്കി. അപ്പോൾ 1,70,00,000 ഇവിടെ ഇറങ്ങുന്ന കാറ് 1,10,00,000 കിട്ടും. ഓൾറെഡി അത് പറഞ്ഞു. ഈ 1,10,00,000 മാർക്കറ്റിൽ വെക്കുമ്പം നേരത്തെ അതിൻ്റെ ഈ പ്രത്യേക അധികം ചില പിന്നെ ചാർജ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈ കോമ്പൻസേഷൻ സെസ് പ്രത്യേകം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ തന്നെ ഒരു ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ സ്ഥിതി അനുസരിച്ച് അതിലും 10-40% കുറയും. അപ്പോൾ 70,00,000-നോ 80,00,000-നോ നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ജഗ്വാർ കിട്ടും, സന്തോഷം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതുപോലുള്ള വണ്ടി കിട്ടും. പക്ഷേ ഇവിടുത്തെ മേക്ക് ഇൻ ഇന്ത്യ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനത്തിന് ഇതുപോലെ ഗുണം ചെയ്യും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതുപോലുള്ള ധാരാളം കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതുപോലുള്ള വലിയ വാഹനങ്ങൾ മാത്രമല്ല, 1,10,10,000 1,28,000 രൂപയ്ക്ക് വിറ്റുകൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ആപ്പിൾ ഫോൺ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒരു വർഷം 1,18,000 ആദ്യത്തെ മാസം വിൽക്കും. കേരള GST നടത്തിയൊരു സ്റ്റഡി ഞങ്ങൾ അവിടെ കൊടുത്തിരുന്നു. GST നടത്തിയ ഒരു സ്റ്റഡി, എനിക്കൊന്ന് ഗിഫ്റ്റ് അത്ര സ്റ്റഡി നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ നേരത്തെ ഈ ടാക്സ് കുറച്ചത് കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സിന് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സിന് കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല എന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ 25 വെച്ച് നമ്മൾ പരിശോധിച്ചു. ഒന്നാമത്തെ ഒരു ഐറ്റം ഉദാഹരണം ഫ്രിഡ്ജാണ്. 10,000 രൂപ വിലയുള്ള ഫ്രിഡ്ജിന് 12,800 രൂപയായിരുന്നു വില, 28%. അത് 18% ആക്കിയപ്പം 11,800 കിട്ടണമല്ലോ. പക്ഷേ എവിടെയും അങ്ങനെ കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല എന്നുള്ള റിപ്പോർട്ട് ഇവിടുന്ന് തയ്യാറാക്കിയത് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഫലമായിട്ട് വരുന്നത് നേരെ ഈ ടാക്സിൻ്റെ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് കിട്ടുമെന്നല്ല. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഈ ടാക്സിൻ്റെ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് പകരം കമ്പനികൾ അത് എടുക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു പർട്ടിക്കുലർ മോഡൽ സാധനം ഇപ്പം വില കുറച്ചാലും അന്നേരം അതിൻ്റെ മോഡൽ T3 T4 എന്നോ പിന്നെ ഒരു നമ്പർ മാറ്റിയാൽ മതിയല്ലോ. അടുത്ത മോഡൽ ഇറക്കുമ്പോൾ ഈ പ്രൈസ് കൂടെ കൂട്ടി മേടിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ചുരുക്കത്തിൽ ഞാനീ പറഞ്ഞ 22 ലക്ഷം കോടി രൂപയുടെ ബിസിനസ്സിൽ നിന്നും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ കിട്ടുന്ന ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിൽ ഇപ്പൊ കിട്ടുന്ന ടാക്സിൽ നിന്ന് താഴേക്ക് പോവുകയും അത് ബാധിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. ഞാനിത് സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് ഈ കൊടുക്കേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൊടുക്കേണ്ടതല്ല. പക്ഷെ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ പ്രഷർ കേവലം താരിഫിൽ മാത്രമാണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കരുത്. എക്സ്പോർട്ട് ഇമ്പോർട്ട് താരിഫിൽ മാത്രമാണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കരുത്. ഇത് ദീപാവലി ഗിഫ്റ്റ് അല്ല. വാസ്തവത്തിൽ മോഡി ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ ഈ ട്രംപ് നടത്തുന്ന ഏറ്റവും ശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഉപരോധത്തിന്റെ മറുപടി കൂടിയാണ് എന്ന പ്രശ്നം നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നില്ല. കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഈ മേഖലയായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ആളുകളാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. കാരണം എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെ പരിഹരിക്കുക? ഇപ്പൊ എക്സ്പോർട്ടിനെ എങ്ങനെ പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യും? ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി എങ്ങനെ പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യും? സ്വാഭാവികമായി പബ്ലിക് ഫൈനാൻസ് ആണ് അതിന് പരിഹാരം. നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിൽ പണമില്ലാതെ വന്നാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ കോവിഡ് വന്നതിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത വർഷം ഞാൻ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ ബഡ്ജറ്റ് അവതരിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ 20,000 കോടി രൂപയുടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള സഹായങ്ങൾ കോവിഡ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്ക് കൊടുത്തത്. അടുത്ത വർഷം 20,000 കോടിയുടെ കൊടുത്തു. ഈ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഇവിടെ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് മാർക്കറ്റ് രക്ഷപ്പെടണമെങ്കിൽ പലിശ സബ്വെൻഷൻ ഉൾപ്പെടെ ധാരാളം കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൊടുത്തു, ചില പ്രത്യേക സബ്സിഡി. ഇതിനൊക്കെ വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റുകളുടെ കയ്യിൽ പണം വേണം. ഗവൺമെൻറ്റുകളുടെ കയ്യിൽ പണമില്ലാതെ വരികയും ഈ കാര്യം ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്താൽ സാധാരണ ആൾക്ക് ഈ ഗുണം എത്തില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇത് മനസ്സിലായ ഒരു അല്പസമയം എടുക്കും. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് വളരെയേറെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്ത് ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവരാതെ ഈ കാര്യം മനസ്സിലാവില്ല. പെട്ടെന്നൊന്നും ആൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവില്ല. എന്നോട് തന്നെ ചില സുഹൃത്തുക്കൾ പറഞ്ഞ് നമ്മളോട് ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടാണ് ഇത് കുറച്ചെന്ന് പറയുന്നതല്ല, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ മാത്രം അതിന് ക്രെഡിറ്റ് എടുക്കുമെന്നാണ്. വാസ്തവത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെയല്ല ഈ കാര്യം. സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ 30,000 ഈ വർഷം തന്നെ കുറവിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് 5,000 കോടി അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോൾ കുറയും. എങ്ങനെ അത് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നമുക്കറിയില്ല. ഒരു സാധാരണ ഒരു 10,000 കോടി ഒരു വർഷം ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളതിനേക്കാളും കുറയും. നേരത്തെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന സെയിൽ ടാക്സിന്റെ കാലത്തുണ്ടായിരുന്ന വരുമാനത്തിനേക്കാളും 30,000 കോടി കുറയുന്നത് കണക്ക് വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. ചിലപ്പോൾ അതിനകത്ത് ചെറിയ 1% 2% വ്യത്യാസം വരായിരിക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ കുറയുന്ന എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളെയും ബാധിക്കും. സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളാകെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൂടെ പ്രൊട്ടക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പോകണം. ഇഷ്യൂ ഈ ട്രേഡ് ആൻഡ് താരിഫ് വാർ അത് കേവലം എക്സ്പോർട്ടിനെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടിനെ മാത്രമല്ല ബാധിക്കുന്നത്, അത് ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് മാർക്കറ്റിനെ ബാധിക്കും, ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് പ്രൊഡക്ഷനെ ബാധിക്കും. പണ്ട് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് ഇവിടുത്തെ ഡാക്ക മസ്ലിനും ബനാറസ് സിൽക്കും ഒക്കെ പോയിട്ട് മറ്റ് സാധനങ്ങൾ വന്നു എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിനൊക്കെ ഈ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള ട്രേഡ് രംഗത്തെ ഇടപെടലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് പ്രൊഡക്ഷനെ കൂടി ബാധിക്കുന്ന തരത്തിലേക്ക് കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരികയാണ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു പ്രശ്നം കൂടെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതുൾപ്പെടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ വിശദമായി ചർച്ച ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആലോചിച്ച സമയത്ത് എക്സ്പോർട്ട് ഇമ്പോർട്ട് താരിഫ് മാത്രമാണ് കണ്ടതെങ്കിലും പുതിയ പ്രശ്നം കൂടെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത് പറയാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ ഇത് പറഞ്ഞതേ ഉള്ളൂ. എന്തായാലും നമുക്ക് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു എങ്ങനെ ഇതിനെ നേരിടാം എന്നൊക്കെയുള്ളത്, കുറച്ചുകൂടെ പ്രൊഡക്ഷൻ എങ്ങനെ കൂട്ടാം, നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ അമേരിക്കയുടെ 5 ഇരട്ടി ജനസംഖ്യയുണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ കുറച്ച് ഉപഭോഗമൊക്കെ വർദ്ധിക്കുകയും ബാക്കി പബ്ലിക് മൊത്തം ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇടപെടലൊക്കെ വരികയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എങ്ങനെ നേരിടാം എന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാണ്. അതിനാണ് നമ്മൾ അടിയന്തരമായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനൊരു യോഗം ചേരണമെന്ന് ആലോചിച്ചത്. ഇവിടെ നേരിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടും അല്ലാതെ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഇൻപുട്ട് തരാനും വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട എല്ലാവരും ഉണ്ട്. എല്ലാവരുടെയും അഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾ കേട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇതനുസരിച്ച് നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. സമാനമായ മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾ, എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേറ്റിലും ഈ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. ഇന്ത്യ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇക്കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് മാർക്കറ്റും താരിഫ് വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മളെ ഭീഷണിപ്പെടുത്താനായിട്ട് ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന ശ്രമത്തിനെതിരെയുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനവും എല്ലാ പിന്തുണയും ഞങ്ങളുണ്ടാവും. ഞാൻ കേന്ദ്ര ധനകാര്യമന്ത്രി ഇതിനിടയ്ക്ക് കണ്ടപ്പോൾ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്കണോമിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ താരിഫ് കുറച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് താരിഫിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നം അപ്പോൾ വന്നിട്ടില്ല. അമേരിക്ക അങ്ങനെ ഇങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് കളയുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ കീഴടങ്ങണ്ട. നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ എക്കണോമിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കാനൊക്കെ പറ്റുന്നതാണ്. അതിനുള്ള എല്ലാ സപ്പോർട്ടും ഞങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാ ഭാഗത്തുനിന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ പറയുകയും ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ അത് പ്രൊട്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യമാണ്. അതിന് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങളെപ്പറ്റി ഒരു നല്ല ചർച്ച നടക്കുന്നത് നന്നാവും. അതിൻ്റെ നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ നന്നാവും. എല്ലാ മേഖലയിലുള്ള ആളുകൾക്കും അതിൻ്റെ ഈ നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ സഹായകരമാവും. അതാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി അഭിവാദ്യം അർപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കും. ചന്ദ്രശേഖർ സാർ ഉണ്ട്. സാർ കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ സാർ? കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. സാറിന് എന്തൊരു പരിപാടിക്ക് പോകണമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കേട്ടു. സാർ മ്യൂട്ടാണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. വികെയർ കേൾക്കാമോ? വികെയറിനും കേൾക്കുന്നില്ല.
Hello, sir. Yes. Yeah, we now move on to the special address of the session. I request Sri K.M. Chandrasekhar IAS, former Cabinet Secretary and distinguished professor at GIF, to share his perspectives. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all clearly?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the minister has raised some very critical issues in his speech in Malayalam. One, of course, he mentioned that the change in tariff, the Trump tariffs, that's going to affect a large number of people, workers, employees, fishermen, all over the country. That is one part of it. The second part of it that he mentioned was that the recent decisions of the group of ministers on GST, that is also going to particularly seriously affect the states. I think these are both very relevant points, which I had, as a matter of fact, written to a couple of members of the Finance Commission, indicating that they must take into account the great confusion that has happened in the global markets as a result of the Trump tariffs. That must also go into the consideration of the Finance Commission. And now the new change, which I think is also part of the response of the government of India to meet the crisis that is created by Trump. I think that also needs to be taken into consideration by the Finance Commission. Perhaps it would be desirable for the state government and for similar state governments to write to the Finance Commission to take these factors also into account. I mean, this would not have gone in the initial memorandum submitted to the Finance Commission, but these are changed circumstances which you must bring to their notice officially. That's one suggestion I would like to make. Now, so far as the Trump tariffs are concerned, I think it is more a national problem rather than just a state problem. So the nation has to respond, and the nation has to respond in many ways. Now, so far as Kerala is concerned, the damage that we will incur is relatively small. After all, the Trump tariffs are only on goods. It is not on services as yet. So out of the overall export of goods of $450 billion, our share is only a little more than $40 billion. That's about 1%. We have a larger share in service exports, but the Trump tariffs have not yet affected the service tariffs and may not and it may not be affected also. We have particularly, we have certain areas. The minister mentioned marine products. There again, we are not the top exporters. The top exporters are Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka. But we do have a lot of marine shrimp exports, and that is likely to be affected. And as he said, the fishermen are going to suffer. Likewise, in respect of cashew, our share has declined over the years. We used to be the leading exporter at one time, but now today Maharashtra is leading. The only commodity where I think maybe two commodities we can say, the main commodity where we are leading is in pepper because of our particular climatic conditions. We export nearly 60% of the national exports, nearly 60% comes from Kerala. And this might get affected because a large proportion goes to USA. But then again, from my experience, it need not severely affect Kerala because I have exported pepper once as managing director of the Marketing Federation, Cooperative Marketing Federation, long time ago in the late 70s. And there, most of the pepper, we had the rupee trading arrangement at that time, and most of the pepper was going to Russia. We used to deal with the Russian trade representative at that time. Today, when our uh, connection with Russia is growing, when our connection with China is growing, I think there are good possibilities of again resuming this kind of trade. As a matter of fact, as you are aware, the Reserve Bank of India has recently come out with what is called a special rupee Vostro account. It is not the same as the earlier rupee trading arrangement, which is country to country. This is bank to bank. But I think this is something which we can make use of. If we can do some rupee trading with, say, Russia through our banks, and here the finance secretary and the finance minister can call the banks, talk to them, call the exporters also, and see how a linkage can be established. I mean, this is on the assumption that Russia will buy more and that China will buy more. I think we will be able to sort of close this gap. Similarly, in respect of cashew, in respect of coir, we mentioned coir also. Coir again, Kerala is a major part of the exports go from Kerala in India. But here again, the we have Russia, we have US as the main importer, basically coir pits, and the next importer is China. So China has already said that we are willing to buy most of you. Russia has also said we are willing to buy most of you. So we need to look at that aspect and see if we can introduce the Vostro arrangement for coir also. So it is possible for us to make up for many of the commodities that we have where we have lost the export with the US. Of course, you see, at this point of time, we do not really know what the Americans are going to do. They started with 10% duty. It went up to 25%. And now they say that in another 2 weeks, it will become 50%, but they're not sure about it. Now, the most difficult part is for the exporters. Because how is he going to quote the price if the tariffs are going to change from time to time? How is the importer going to buy when the tariffs are going to, when he doesn't know what tariff he will have to buy? After all, the tariff payment is made by the importer, not by the exporter. So if he comes to a deal with the exporter for a particular price, and then by the time the shipment reaches American shores, the prices go up because of tariffs. He is in trouble. So there is a great deal of uncertainty, and we need to make sure that this uncertainty doesn't affect our exports. This is not only I'm talking about Kerala, I'm talking about India. And that is probably what Suhag and his team, not only, and the entire Commerce Ministry set up, will have to work on what are the options, what are the alternatives that we will adopt to make sure that our exports run effective. Yeah, US is of course India's leading trading partner presently, but it's still only a share of our exports, not a very big share. Yesterday, I heard somebody saying that it's only a 2% or 3% of our total uh, trade. If that is so, it is something which India can certainly look at other avenues. It might mean a certain degree of loss because of lack of competition from US. But I really do believe that Trump is so unpredictable that tomorrow he may suddenly change also. He may say that no, 50%, no, 25%, 10% for India. We can never be sure about him. But we need to find options. This has given a serious blow to the Commerce Ministry, to the government of India. We know that we have to diversify our exports. So far as Kerala is concerned, I would only suggest 2 or 3 things. One, the finance minister and the finance secretary may hold meetings with banks to see whether we can promote our trade, particularly pepper and coir with Russia, China, through the special WOSTO arrangement that has been introduced by the Reserve Bank. Then this is something which I had said even when I was in the Commerce Ministry, long time ago. There should be a permanent body for export promotion of goods from Kerala, which could meet once in a couple of months or so, jointly with the Commerce Ministry Export Promotion Council's commodity boards, to look at exports, how it can substantially increase. Thirdly, where we are likely, our cultivators, our workers are likely to suffer losses. I think we should think in terms of publicity programs like was done in tourism. Tourism is a big success story for Kerala. Similarly, we look at, say, commodities with geographical indications in Kerala, and we try to give them a lot of publicity. I think our exports will not only remain the same, I think they will increase substantially, which will be good for the state, not only for these commodities, but also for tourism. So these are some of the ideas that I thought I will share with you. And of course, the other idea that I mentioned, that you must submit a supplementary memorandum to the Finance Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable perspectives. It's now time for the keynote address of the session. We are privileged to have Shri Sohag Sen, Deputy Secretary of Commerce.
Joint Secretary.
No, I
sir,
think, aren't we-
sorry,
but,
sir, is
ACS is
Shri-
speaking.
I think Secretary Commerce designate is there, sir. Then we'll invite him after that. I'll talk, sir.
is Sri Rajesh Agarwal IAS present, sir? No. Okay. So we have Shri Sohag Sen, Joint Secretary of Commerce from Government of India, on behalf of Shri Rajesh Agarwal IAS, Commerce Secretary Designate, with us today to address the gathering. So I invite him to deliver the keynote remarks.
Yeah, we could just wait for Special Secretary to join and then we can see. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So next, may I invite Sri K.R. Jyotilal IAS, Additional Chief Secretary of Finance, Government of Kerala, to provide us with a brief overview about the
Actually,
roundtable discussion.
then in which case, come back. Minister?
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
The other way.
Honorable Minister for Finance, Sri Balagopal, respected former Cabinet Secretary K.M. Chandrasekhar sir, Vice Chairman Planning Board Sri Ramendran sir, members of the Planning Board, exporters, members from the Export Council and various other agencies. The Honorable Minister has given one point, how it is going to affect the Kerala economy, and the recent decision of group of ministers on the GST reduction and its impact. Since Honorable Minister talked in English, I think MOC representative may not have understood fully the impact. Maybe roughly around 8,500 crores of the reduction in the GST. First of all, Kerala itself is, we are having the borrowing limits and other things. It is going to have a huge impact as far as the finance of the state is concerned. We need to find out this, how do we address it. First, I think K.M. Chandrasekhar sir is I think he has given what are the state should do, like, Russia, then China trade, how rupee trading we can do. Sir, excellent suggestion, sir. Recently, the GE, in fact, Kerala is one of the first state to set up a WTO cell. In fact, the representatives here, based on Dr. M.S. Swaminathan's recommendations, when the WTO came to, and agreement on agriculture was there, we educated. In fact, I still remember the IPDA chairman, Al Saroop sir, came. Every village office and every Krishi Bhavan, we trained them. We made a CD also on what is the implication on each of the sector. There was a cell which was set up. Dr. M.S. Swaminathan was chairing. Based on that, I think one IES officer was taken from Government of India, now WTO. What are the implications, like geographic indication? What are the opportunities? I think we are including productivity improvement. How do we address that? I think that's a model. I think probably the same thing we can adopt for this. Like it's a World Trade Organization and maybe a World Tariff War. I think just like how we address the war situation. We had COVID, we had a war room, and how we address effectively. I think this is another area. I think very good suggestion, sir. We will definitely do it. And the marketing of the produce and maybe finding out new markets. And Kerala is the first state, it's probably the first in the world of business, first disruption in the world of spice trade. If you see 12th and 13th century, because a person who had done the inventarization of the wealth of the Padmanabha temple, which is almost 4 billion, the merchants of Venice used to come for the spice trade. They give the barter system, they give the gold coins of Venetian coins. And in fact, I had a person who had seen the wealth. I can tell you that the original gold coins, Venetian coins, roughly around 3,000 Venetian coins we are having here, which is there in the temple. So this is the barter system. They buy the spice and they give the gold coins. Even though so that was the first disruption in the world of business. Probably this is the last and lasting disruption of our century. Every war, whether it is trade war, I think we need to get addressed. So we need to have the strategy built. How do we address that? There's no point in saying that, okay, this is there, now it's our fate accomplished. I think we can. Kerala is one. I always used to say, to carbonize the world, if I can supply 30 million people, 30 lakh people, I can decarbonize the world also. I will be able to give another 40 lakhs. So Kerala is one connected, well-connected global economy. We are Low Kerala Sabha, which is very active. We should be able to make use of it. In fact, I operate probably one of the largest maybe online group on the renewable energy and hydrogen. So across the globe, we come to know every nook and corner in the world, anything happens in technology space, we will come to know, so that our industry will be abreast of times and they will be able to meet the challenges. I think that is the first suggestion we got. So just like WTO cell, we can, so world maybe trade war, how do we address? We can have a cell probably, and WTO cell representative is already here. So second one is for any industry to survive, I think one is aggregation of very important. If I start to DPIT secretary, Mr. Bhatia, so I said that, see, when we deal with the Germans or other companies, they go to China, they'll say gigawatt scale they talk. If it is anything, they aggregate the total demand and the entire supply chain. Just like ISRO is a very good model, frugal innovation, they got 279 companies, MSMEs, which is integrated in the supply chain of ISRO. So all of them work together, because even one component there is a flaw, then the entire system is like the strength of the chain is the weakest link, So the entire supply chain, they take go together, aggregate the demand. So I think, can we do the aggregation of demand of each of the commodity? Now India has the largest market in the world. We should be proud of that. If now probably 4,500 crores is our per capita income, if you become $10,000, you are richest. You are the largest economy you can become. So how do we increase the income right from farmer? I think that is where I think the challenges is. Maybe the Upasi and the planters representatives are all here. Unless we increase the productivity, and then you will not be able to be competitive. So one is the scale, aggregation of demand, scale. Second is the cost. That means you need to address those issues. How do we reduce the cost? And third one is innovation and R&D. Probably our spending on the R&D, he also has to increase. Why most of the scientists are, in fact, recently we had the silver jubilee in our IIT. So we saw suddenly Sundar Pichai was there. He came for his meeting of the, so the same person, had he continued here, where we'll be able to do. Maybe he can maximum, he may become additional chief secretary if he's in government, or he may become chief secretary, or if it is industry, he may go up to director. So we give that. So our startups are ecosystems are not best. What do we give them a scale up funding? I think my suggestion is that we have got, Kerala itself has got 9 billionaires. India will have a lot many. Why not we put a scale up funding so that
You're hearing?
Scale up funding, 1% of the wealth, I think we can put either as a debt or equity, so that you get a cheaper credit. So this is one of the suggestions which I got. Scale, and then innovation we need to promote. Then I will just tell, because the Honorable Minister was telling about the loss of revenue. For example, we started with the open protocol. Probably Indians, Beacon protocol was developed by Nandan Nilekani and his team. We tried first time in Kochi, and now it is all spreading. Even Uber, all of them are coming to that. GST, if you see, why not we see Amazon? In fact, all the e-commerce companies, their supplier list is, nobody knows who are the suppliers. GST, you don't get the data. Whoever is the seller only will be liable to pay the tax. Now, naturally, consumers will buy if it is offered cheap. So there is no mechanism. Now these companies, platform companies, they control the data. So I was asking, why not we impose this thing that you must follow open protocol, because the data, you cannot keep it with you. If our MSMEs have to compete OSDN, or what is it, ONDP, which Thambi Koshi was pioneering, that's a very good model. So that MSME, the cost of intermediation has to be less. If you see the platform companies, they are making money. So, but I don't get access to where the supplier is. It's all fictitious suppliers, a lot of malpractice happening. So I think the e-commerce company that will solve. One is our GST, where the IGST minus 30,000 crores losses happened, and you are dividing among the states. I think this is one way where MSMEs can also compete, so that the Ministry of Commerce has brought, so that the open protocol is adopted by the MSMEs. I think same thing, why not we make it compulsory? This is another way by which they will be able to compete. Then another thing, sir, I'll just finish it in another 2 minutes, sir. Yeah. As sir has rightly pointed out, India, China, Russia, and Japan, I think it's the time for all the Asian giants to come, because the largest market, you are bigger than even G7. Why do we worry about that? So I think the KM Chandrasekhar sir suggestion is most welcome. We will definitely take it forward, sir. Then another important aspect is this: you are to make available the cheap credit. One of the suggestions I was telling, mega guarantee, because India is no more. We are not dependent on any of the funding agency. For me, I always say the funding, first is the grant, next is the SASCI, third one is maybe OMB, and the cost of funds is lowest in this way. Then World Bank or any of the multilateral funding agency cost is, if you take the dollar fluctuation, is one of the costliest funds. So why not you use a marine leveraging? So private sector should also be able to generate get the credit at low rate. If you hedge the risk, I think the mega guarantee can be given. So the government need not give the guarantee. Multilateral investment guarantee agency is there. Why not we allow that, so that they get a cheaper credit? Another one is some of the issues which exporters have last time mentioned, we have taken up in the last SLBC, so that their working capital requirements will be addressed. Alternate investment funds and scale-up fund, which I have mentioned last. Then the market development. I think we should work together. In fact, Mr. Dalela was supposed to join, but he is joining only on September 1st. I think he is going to be economic cooperation, the MEA. We should have a good linkage, and Kerala with the vast network across the globe. So developing market, for example, Japan, now they need textiles. In fact, they felt that the Japanese companies are now, even Japanese government itself found that, this was in addition to the normal tariff. They didn't know that. I think now they are finding that they look at India as one of the important destinations. I think textile sector should definitely work. In fact, I was talking to CB George, who is our ambassador there. So we need to work with the MEA and the other countries to develop the market. In fact, I will just summarize what are the recommendations which has come in the last meeting with the Ministry of Commerce and the Honorable Minister.
We are pressed for time, Mr. Dilal. We are a bit pressed for time.
Yeah, I'm just concluding with that. So already the suggestions have come, and in fact, we have circulated each sector. What are the suggestions? So we need not get into the detail, because already we have compiled what needs to be done in each sector. So probably some of the things we'll summarize into 3. Short term, what needs to be done. That is a GST. All these things comes under short term. Medium term, what we will announce in the next budget. Long term is something which we need to build a strategies, and based on the recommendations which has already come. So I'm not, this has been circulated. With these few words, let me conclude, and I think the Commerce Secretary designate would have joined. I think I will request him to address. Thank you.
Yeah.
Has Mr. Agarwal joined?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good morning. I'm Rajesh Agrawal. I'm the Special Secretary in Commerce. First of all, my apologies for joining in late. I got the invite to be in person there, but I am not able to be there in person. But hopefully, I look forward to being in Kerala soon to maybe have again some interaction with the industry here and allay some of the fears or around the US tariffs. My regards to all the distinguished member of the roundtable today and the honorable ministers who have been able to join the roundtable. From a Department of Commerce perspective, I thought I'll try to be brief but cogent on 1, what we have been trying to do, 2, what has happened, and 3, how do we see the next steps ahead. First of all, as India as a country, we had anticipated that tariff is one instrument that will be used very strongly in the new administration. If we follow up to the elections last year and the taking over of the new administration in US in January 2025, there was a worldwide expectation that tariffs is something that will be used as a very strong tool to settle trade deficit and maybe address other issues, which may be other issues from the US's perspective. What we have seen after incoming of the new administration, they have been using tariffs for controlling the drugs trade, fentanyl trade. They have been using tariffs to leverage their market to settle trade deficits that they feel have been unsustainable for their economies. And now they are also leveraging tariff to create a pool of funds or additional funding for their budget and reduce deficit. And fourth, now they are also using tariff to settle some of the geopolitical issues. So I think tariff has become a sort of tool which is an answer to most of the challenges or issues that US thinks that it needs to settle and work with the world ahead on that. In that quest, they have come up with, all of you are aware, they have come up with a reciprocal tariff on 2nd of April, which included 2 components, a baseline tariff of 10% for all the countries in the world and an additional tariff for around 82 countries across the world, where especially they had trade deficits. So an additional tariff was something that was not implemented except for first 24 hours on 9th April. After that, it was stayed for 90 days and the stay continued up to 6th of August of this year. So the idea was during this stay period, they wanted to leverage, work with each country to see if they can do a trade deal where they can open up their markets for the US goods and at the same time have a benchmark tariff which is able to reduce maybe their exports to US or enable US balance their trade as they go forward. So with that objective in mind, they have been negotiating agreements with multiple countries and as you all have must noted, a number of deals has been announced as a part of this effort. During the last week of July, last fortnight of July, number of deals have been announced. And one of the joint statement out of those deals have been published yesterday. The US European Union deal has been published as a part of a joint statement yesterday, which provides broad contours of what the deal actually encompasses. The other deal also has been announced, and some amount of information is there in the public domain. And we'll see what US has been seeking is a complete liberalization of market of the partner country in exchange for a benchmarked tariff in the US market. And that tariff varies from 15% to 20% in the deals that they have done thus far. In addition to this benchmark tariff, there is also the MFN tariffs which are already there needs to exist. In case of UK and EU, they have made this distinction where in case of EU, the MFN tariffs are part of the 15% tariff that has been given, provided as a part of the deal. And in case of US, it is the benchmark is 10% plus the MFN tariff. That is how they have structured all the deal, and they feel going forward, these are some tariffs, a baseline of 10%, which is going to remain for all countries, even if they have got a trade deficit with US, and a tariff of more than 10% is going to remain with all countries if they have got a surplus with US. So that is the point. And the reason behind what we see, the reason behind is the 10% benchmark tariff is to raise revenues for their budget and the activities they are taking as a part of the big beautiful bill that was passed, so that they are able to partially offset the commitments, additional commitments they have brought in as a part of the big beautiful bill. Their commitment to the Senate and Congress has been that they will be able to raise tariffs from the they raise revenue from the tariffs that they are imposing on the imports to US. The second part is to leverage and get market access, that they are doing. And the third part is an additional tariff or additional supplementary tariff for countries where they are wanting to settle something beyond trade also, some other issues also. India has fallen in the third bucket, unfortunately, as the developments took place in the last week of July and the first half of August. India has gone into the third bucket where we are suffering both a benchmark baseline tariff of 10%, an additional 15% tariff, which is the reciprocal tariff which needs to be negotiated, and an additional 25% tariff, which is the tariff related to our purchase of Russian oil. So this is where we stand. Looking from India's perspective, we entered into negotiations quite early, anticipating that tariffs is something that India has been talking about, the US has been talking about, and they has been dubbing India as the tariff king. And also noting the fact that India would be very comfortable reducing its tariffs for US on a bilateral basis under a bilateral trade agreement. Though our MFN tariffs, average MFN tariffs are high for reasons peculiar to our economy and also reasons peculiar to our development stage of our economy. But at the same time, we have shown enough improvement in having reduction of these tariffs on a bilateral basis based on different markets that we are negotiating. We have done that with Australia, we have done that with UAE, we have now done it with UK also, and there is enough appetite to do it with United States under a bilateral trade framework. And that is why, as according to our guidance of our leaders, as a part of the joint statement of 13th February, I think we entered into negotiations where the terms of reference of a bilateral trade agreement was finalized. It was completely, we call it a bilateral trade agreement, but it is because US had some reservations on the free trade, the word free in the trade agreement. So it's largely in the nature of an FTA, the FTAs that we negotiate with other countries like Australia and UK. The terms of reference finalized and the negotiations have also progressed in that earnest. 5 rounds of negotiations have happened, and I can assure you that we have discussed many aspects of this trade agreement, and there has been good progress on each of the front. Parallelly, while doing these negotiations, we also were cognizant of the fact that the reciprocal tariffs have been brought in and they will kick in somewhere at the end of July. So we need to negotiate an interim package we can address the reciprocal tariff. That work was done quite well, and there has been instances where we were in position to see that we are very near to the deal, but unfortunately, due to multiple circumstances, we could never cross the line. There has been certain areas of key sensitivities to India, which India has always held its ground firm and had very clearly communicated that there are areas which are sensitive, especially for our farmer, for our fishermen, which needs to be uh, protected and given due protection for so that these sectors can grow and sustain without having any risk of being wiped out by imports, large quantity imports for any under any FTA. So, but I think these issues were also being understood on the US side. But unfortunately, I think before we could actually, the deal could be announced or deal could be finalized, I think other issues have also found its place in the overall discourse in our relationship. And the geopolitical issues of Russia-Ukraine war also cast its shadow on our trade negotiations, and that has led to a situation where we have now, right now, the additional penal tariffs of 25%. Having said that, from our perspective, one, these tariffs are unfair, unreasonable. And as you all know, India is not the only country which is buying Russian oil. I think more than us, it is China which buys much more Russian oil than us. And they are not facing any penal tariffs on account of that. Also, it is the fact that uh, the shift to making Russia also part of our energy basket was also to enable some softness in the overall energy prices across the world, and also was, I think, something with which US was also comfortable all these years. I can also assure you this was never part, and this was not never brought on the table where we discussed. This issue was brought to us that this is also an area of concern for the United States. It just came out of the bag on the eve of these reciprocal tariff kicking in, and this is how we have landed up there. I think this is largely because of the stage of negotiations to settle the war between Russia and Ukraine. And hopefully, if there is a way forward on that, hopefully there will be a way forward on this reciprocal tariff also. Having said that, on the trade front, we are still in contact with our US counterparts. There are discussions, informal discussions going on between us at chief negotiator level, where we discuss issues and things that we see emerging in our economies. And we will be open to taking these trade negotiations forward as and when the clear opportunity arises. So we are completely committed to doing the trade deal with US, provided it is on a win-win proposition, provided it also takes care of our sensitivities, and provided we are able to find a fine balance, keeping in view overall what is happening in the trade deals with other countries also. We also understand that this is a trade deal where India's advantages will lie in positioning India as a getting a comparative advantage in areas of our interest as far as our exports are concerned. We are not anticipating zero tariffs from US in multiple areas as we do under different free trade agreements, but positioning India in as a place where we get tariffs which are comparatively advantageous, preferable for our export sensitive sectors, so that our industry can benefit and are able to leverage the US market. So with that position, I think we are well poised to take this forward. We just wait and see how developments take place over next few weeks as we go along. Having said that, from the perspective, the third aspect of it, how do we think industry needs to, we have analyzed what is the impact of the current 25% tariff, which is now going to be 50% from 27th of August. Overall, 48 billion of our exports, that is 55% of our exports to United States, gets impacted by these tariffs. Out of these 48 billion of exports, we feel which forms around 1% of our GDP, the actual value addition, if we take into account, we feel the impact on our GDP in terms of value add and all will be at most around 0.2 to 0.3% that we'll feel for the remaining 8 to 9% months of this year when we are anticipating this export crunch. So this is what we need to manage, and the larger impact are going to be in our sectors of textile, leather, footwear, and also in food products, especially marine and food products which are linked to US supply chain in a big way. So we are working with the industry, one, to see how we can work towards export promotion and diversification as much as possible in the short run, whatever we can do to diversify this. Two, we are also working with the industry to see if there are any particular ways in which we can uh, also encourage domestic demand in those sectors, because some amount of those exports can also find their way to the domestic market. Can we try to uh, encourage domestic demand in those sectors by certain reforms, maybe? And one of the reforms in the GST sector may also propel some of these domestic demand coming to the fore in next few months. So that is also an area we are looking at. Three, we are also looking at some of the process reforms and procedural reforms in our systems, of wherever we can provide some benefit to the industry, which makes cost of doing business more, uh, reduce the cost of doing business for our industry and also make them more competitive. That is also an area that we are looking at. We are also identifying focus countries where with which whom we can engage to leverage some of our export shocks that we are facing in textile, leather, footwear, marine, and see how we can again uh, push them in other geographies in the short run. That also, in a very focused manner, we are engaged with some focus countries wherever we feel there is an opportunity which can be leveraged to get some of these things done. In addition to that, we are also looking at our portfolio of schemes and also some of our own going ROTTEP, ROSTEL and all other schemes to see how we can give them a long-term visibility, provide support to the industry under that, so that we can enable work with the industry to maybe live through this shock in the short run and work towards them to see that we can diversification, including access to the domestic market in a big way. Can it enable them to withstand this shock that they have felt because of this US tariffs? Parallelly, as I said, the work is already on to see in case there is a viable window at any point in time to take these discussions deal forward. And I hope sooner than later, something of this kind will also arise. I'm very optimistic about it, and we hope. Overall, if you look at, even in spite of all these challenges that we face, the growth trajectory of the Indian economy remains robust. And even that has been, even the recent sovereign credit rating that has been done by S&P has given a rating 2 notches up, indicating that still in this adverse scenario as far as the US exports are concerned, trade is concerned, we stand strong and our economy is not going to be impacted in a very big way as many of us might be expecting. The areas where we feel there will be an impact, where there can be job losses, where the industry will find the stress, we will also be working with the banks to see how we can improve their liquidity requirements in the short run, so that there are no liquidity crunch or liquidity challenges that they face because of this immediate or because of shortfall in exports to US in the short run. So this is how we are trying to address the situation. My colleague has been listening to some of the conversation that has been going on at the round table, and he has been taking copious notes out of it. We'll be very happy to get certain clear recommendations from the government of Kerala also on things that they feel can be done in the short run to provide reprieve to the industry and support the industry to take to tide over this challenge in the short run. And as we go along, we'll assure you that we'll keep working with the industry to allay their challenges as much as possible. We also request the states that in this hour of crisis, for the sectors which are impacted in your state particularly, some amount of support, whatever can be done at the state level, can also be extended to them, so that we can avert this crisis in the short run. And going forward, I think we are expediting all our ongoing FTAs, whether it's with EU, whether it's with Australia, whether it's with New Zealand, with Chile, Peru. We are trying to expedite all these FTAs so that there is additional market access that we get in newer geographies. The UK FTA, which has been signed, also opens up new opportunities for textile, leather, footwear, marine, where we have got significant duty benefits in the United Kingdom market. It is also a big, decent sized market which can be leveraged, and we are working with them to see that how we can operationalize the agreement at the earliest. We are trying to reduce the time of ratification on both sides, especially on the UK side, to see that the agreement can be rolled out, which will benefit our industry. So with these words, thank you very much for giving me this time and giving me a patient hearing. I hope I have been able to at least put forward what Department of Commerce along within the Government of India is trying to work as far as the US trade is concerned. Thank you
Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you, and for that very interesting and lucid presentation. We hope that I'm sure that what you said will provide a lot of material for the discussions that will follow today. We now have the major sort of substantive presentation on the impact on Kerala. It's a report. It's a report which is mainly written by Mr. V. Namashayam, who's a member of the planning board, by Professor Ram Kumar, who will be actually present the material. Who's also a member of the planning board, and Mr. C. A. Ritu from the planning board. We do hope that you'll have the time to be with us during this presentation. But again, thank you very much for this interesting and lucid presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll try to be around. Otherwise, my colleague is there, will take notes, and I'll expect that report here also. I'm sorry because there is a lot of things going on.
I can imagine.
US tariffs are actually, it has created a lot of work for commerce also. So we are on the job, but we'll look forward to your suggestions and see what best we can do to support.
Yeah. May I request Professor Ramkumar to start the presentation? Ramkumar, there's a lot has been said. We are pressed for time, so let's concentrate particularly on the new parts, but we haven't heard this morning at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ramchandran. I'll try to finish it in about 15-20 minutes, and I'll also leave the last part of my presentation. I leave to Namashivayam also. So let me quickly start the point that I wanted to make, and this is all well known, and a lot of others will speak on it. But you know, it's well known that the debates from the 80s and 90s has been that with the coming in of the World Trade Organization, the signing of GATT and so on, free trade would lead to prosperity for all, in the sense of opening up markets in the Western countries for developing countries, offering higher prices and higher incomes to those in the developing world. Nevertheless, a lot of this opening up of trade has been asymmetrical, which meant that the old forms of support that existed in the developed countries have been transformed into new forms of support, into the green box and the blue box, which has meant that old forms of support have remained. Hardly there is a level playing field in the export market. There have also been the emergence of new non-tariff barriers, primarily, for example, in the form of blocking imports of Indian and other products, citing higher pesticide residues and so on. And as a result, there has been a crisis of small producers in the developing world, in the farming sector as well as in the non-farming sector. The impact of this in the more medium term has been the slow demise of the relevance of the WTO, particularly so with the failure of the Doha round after 2001. The shift has largely been from rule-based multilateral trade agreements like the WTO to more bilateral and regional free trade agreements, more in the form of ASEAN, RCEP, CPTPP, and so on. And these are all have been efforts to bypass the institutional structure of the World Trade Organization and reconfigure global trade in new ways. And new items have also entered trade negotiations, including an intensive focus on intellectual property rights. You see that in the Indo-UK free trade deal. More recently, we have seen the ISDS, investor-state dispute settlements issues, more space to multinational corporations, and so on. These are all new items that have begun to enter bilateral and regional free trade agreements, which were not there in so many ways in the earlier WTO agreement. And these are all, in some ways, in our view, signs of deepening contradictions in the contemporary global capitalist world, particularly after the series of crises that it had in the 21st century. Now, there is also the background to this. The background to this is the gradual decline of America.
Enriching, detailed, and critical deliberations by some of the finest minds from academia and policy making. We now move on to the second session of the day to continue with this roundtable discussion. So we have Shri K.R. Jyotilal, Additional Chief Secretary of Finance, Government of Kerala, as the chair for this session. I request you, sir, to conduct with the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to invite each of the speakers, I would like to just maybe summarize what are the recommendations we got it when we had interacted with various exporters or organizations and associations, so that we need not repeat the same thing. Summary, what the state and what center should do. These are some of the items which have come. First one is marine sector. Anyway, it is one of the maybe direct impact on the is there, and the working capital requirement is one of the issues which they wanted us to address. So this was taken up in the SLBC, last SLBC. So second one is 30% enhanced in the working capital limits they have requested. Then interim soft loan for working capital interest subvention, which I think Honorable Finance Minister was also mentioning. Probably we can think of in the next budget what the state will be able to afford. Then subsidy support for the fishermen and fish farmers, and similar to diesel subsidies. This is another recommendation which will come. Then temporary reduction in the power tariff. Anyway, this is something which is to be taken up the regulatory commission when they fix the tariff. Another option is we can promote. In fact, the state has already brought something called floating solar policy, etc. So the renewable energy they can invest and probably make it and open access. Now most of the industries we are given open access, so that at the daytime at least they get at a low rate, maybe 2 to 2.5 rupees, they will be able to get the power. So this is another area which. Then one of the sessions is cage culture. We need to bring in a policy so that a lot of water bodies, brackish water area is there. Maybe El Vanami, we in Andhra has done in a big way. That's why I think the El Vanami export from Andhra has gone up. Probably this is another area which is which we need to focus. Then spice sector, it is a exporters not a 40% of the export go to the US market. So there the reduction of the 3%, government of India has reduced ROTTEP, that is remission of duties and tax on export products, from 3% to 1%. That may be probably that the Ministry of Commerce representative is there. I think DGFT only has to address this. Then reduction in the cess on the raw materials. This is another suggestion which will come. Then food processing, that is cashew sector, with the 50% of the value added, cashew export decline to the US. So they have suggested that the government labor benefit eligibility clauses need some relaxation. This is one suggestion which probably we also need to address. Then international buyer-seller meets in emerging markets need to be arranged with the mini trade expos and invitation to potential buyers. So we'll work with MEA on this. Then nodal cell with the KSADC has to be there, so that which will to assist promoters in availing the central government schemes like PLA schemes, etc. I think we can have a licensing KSADC representatives here. I think they, along with the DPIT and the Ministry of Commerce, can facilitate that. Interest subvention schemes may be reinstated. I think earlier it was there. I think Ministry of Industries can look into it. Then textile sector with 30% of the export to US market impacted. The oversupply is one of the issue. I think, like I said about the Japan, probably we need to have a meeting with the Japanese ambassador as well as those companies which are interested in Indian exports. Similarly, maybe other countries we need to explore. Then coir sector, highly price sensitive and labor intensive. I think here interim export and freight subsidies with the central government and transport subsidy from state government is one of the key suggestions which have come. Then the support for the PF and ESI contributions and temporary tariff subsidies on electricity and interim term loan with interest subvention and maybe new markets identification. Plantation sector is, I think, they mainly worried about the US demand for the iced tea may come down. Then tea fiber is another area which is going to be affected, apart from maybe the one of the key things which you mentioned, sir. I think that is very crucial. One is productivity improvement. If the same pepper panure one which we have, it is not the breed which matters, it's the feed also which matters. So productivity improvement, unless you increase the productivity, the processing industry can never be competitive. So you need both modernization in the processing side as well as the productivity improvement. So it has to start from maybe with the farmer, basically applying scientific technology to increase the productivity to global scale. Rubber is one industry which I think we have done extremely well in productivity side, but there are rubber industry, they said this exports 60 to 70% of the value-added products to the US, and they need to diversify into new markets like Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. Then how do we make use of the Malayalis associations and then support the visa facilitation from the central government and buyer connections with the Malayali association is one suggestion which will come. Reduction GST, anyway, that has been taken care of, 18 to 3%. I think GST Council will take a final decision on that. Then export subsidized access to free zones in the UAE and simplifying customs procedure for import of maybe tire rubber powder. So this is one suggestion from the exporter side on the rubber. Then engineering goods, as of now, ESDM not much challenge they are finding, but you need to have a long-term cost sharing agreements with the buyers. So then steel industry, okay, India is the second largest producer, but you know the carbon credit targets and other non-tariff barriers, which I think Europe has been doing it, but we will be able to tide over it with maybe a certification mechanism for the green energy which they use. I think now with the open protocol, it might be much more easier. Otherwise, there's a mechanism for the certifying as a green steel. Then industry associations have raised that, highlight the need to utilize the existing schemes like duty drawbacks, drawtap, and new FTAs to their advantage. And then I think other trade commissioners, they have mentioned about we need to look at the cost-effective free zones in countries like Georgia, Peru, and Singapore, and probably how we can tap the low Kerala Sabha, which is another unique model Kerala has adopted, so that we get the network across the globe. These are some of the suggestions which have come, so that so now I think we need not maybe elaborate on this, but maybe any additions or any other new suggestions only need to be probably placed so that there are no repetitions. So with these few words, I request Professor James Nedumpara to probably address first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually online. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah, please.
Thank you. So thank you for this opportunity. In fact, I wanted to be there in Trivandrum physically, but I couldn't travel. So my intervention will be, by and large, on the legal implications of the various agreements which Trump has been signing in recent times. So as we know it, Trump has come up with the reciprocal tariff. According to the Economist magazine, it actually looks like an imperial preference scheme. So that means many countries have got different rates of tariffs. Some countries have got lower rate of tariffs. Some countries have got higher rate of tariffs. And if you really look at the scheme of things, these duties were actually announced on the 2nd of April. Then the 10% tariff was basically retained. The reciprocal tariff for a particular country was actually paused. In the meantime, the United States has come up with agreements with the various countries. So let me actually come up with the scenario in greater detail. What has actually happened is that the concept of the most favored nation treatment has completely gone out of the window. Every country has got an independent tariff or a specific tariff for that matter. And let me try to explain the situation in a sequential manner. When it comes to the the United States, they first imposed a duty called the IEEPA duty. So it is actually called as a fentanyl duty, imposed under the provisions of the International Economic Emergency Provisions Act. So the duty was initially 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico. And the same with respect to China as well. But over a period of time, these duties were also tweaked. Canada now has got 35% fentanyl duty. Mexico has got 25% fentanyl duty. And China has got 20% fentanyl duty. In addition to that, I think in respect to China, there is a 10% baseline duty. So the baseline duty is actually the original tariff which cuts across all the exporting countries. But in respect to Canada and Mexico, the duties were not actually imposed. So one thing that we have to understand here is that it appears like a completely whimsical exercise because the US administration has provided huge amount of carve-outs and exclusions. So when we think about products like potash, there is no duty. Energy and energy resources have actually been excluded. So in respect to Mexico and Canada, one important point to note is that there is a free trade agreement between them, which is called the US-Mexico-Canada agreement. So long as the concerned product is actually meeting the rules of origin criteria under the USMCA, that product will not be subject to any additional duty. So when we really look at the headlines, it gives some kind of a distorted picture that Mexico will have 35% duty and Canada will have 25% duty, or Mexico will have the same rate of duty. In effect, on the bulk of the products exported from these countries, the duties will be around 10%. So now let me actually come to the other complexity of the matter. So from 2017, 2018 onwards, the Trump administration has been imposing Section 232 duties under the 1962 Trade Expansion Act. And initially, the duties were only on steel and aluminum. Initially, it was 25% on steel and then 10% on aluminum. So the US president issued an executive order in February 2025, where the duties on steel were actually expanded to a number of derivative products. In the case of aluminum, the duties were again expanded from 10% to 25%. Then, much later, all the duties have been expanded to 50%. So Section 232 duties are actually 50%. And then these categories of duties apply not only to steel and aluminum, but also will apply to semi-finished copper and other intensive copper products. It will also apply to automobile and auto parts. So in the case of India, auto parts is an extremely important sector. There is no duty on pharmaceutical as of now because under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act, the president needs to undertake an investigation. So that the duty has not been announced. Again, on timber and lumber products as well, there is actually a Section 232 investigation going on. Another important facet that we have to remember is that there is no stacking. So which means that if there is a reciprocal tariff of 25% on a country, and if there is actually another simultaneous action in the nature of Section 232, the two duties will not be stacked. They will not apply on top of the other. So that is why some of the electronic items, semiconductor items, and steel products will not be subject to any kind of a reciprocal duty. Again, I think if you really look at the joint statement issued by the United States and Japan yesterday, with the European Union yesterday, they mentioned that with respect to Section 232, there will be some special concession as well. So even in relation to Section 232, the United States administration is actually willing or is ready to actually engage with other countries to provide some kind of a special flexibility. The one important point which you have to note here is that although President Trump has announced several trade deals, we haven't seen any particular agreement so far. What we have seen is only certain kind of a joint statement. Sometimes a statement by one country, sometimes it is actually a posting on Truth Social. We haven't seen any agreement as of date. And the three announcements that we have seen actually pertain to the economic prosperity deal with the UK that was announced in May. Then recently, the US administration announced a joint statement with Indonesia, whereby Indonesia was actually given a 19% duty, and then with the European Union yesterday. So the whole point is that the trade agreements are still not there. There is some kind of a basic understanding between the United States and the trading partner that both the countries would actually engage or enter into some kind of an arrangement much later. The time periods are not specified in detail. So the situation is, it can change. The point is that it is completely volatile. If the US administration is unhappy or disenchanted with the policy actions of the other party, then this is something they can immediately revoke. And one interesting thing that I want to mention here is that even against Brazil, they imposed a 50% duty. But if you look at the statement that came out very recently, bulk of the products coming from Brazil have been exempted from their 50% duty. So only a tiny portion of the products going from Brazil will be subject to the 50% duty. And one important point which I want to raise here is that in the context of this trade agreement, it actually remains a kind of a preferential agreement, in the sense that the US will get a duty-free access to foreign markets or the respective countries, and those countries will actually get a rate of duty, which in most cases will be either 10% or beyond 10%. In all likelihood, I think it will be 15%. So only a few countries actually enjoy a 10% duty at the moment. Those countries include, one is UK. UK has got a 10% duty. Singapore has got a 10% duty. Australia has got a 10% duty. But these countries had actually trade deficit with the United States to an extent. I mean, UK and certain other countries. But when it comes to a country that may have what Trump calls as a persistent trade deficit, it is possible to argue that 15% duty will actually become the default benchmark or the baseline duty. Another important point to remember here is that in the case of India, especially in the case of India now, he has imposed a 25% duty, which is actually in the nature of a reciprocal tariff, and then an oil-specific duty, which is again going to be 25%. So it will be 25 plus 25%, 50%. In addition to that, the MFN rated duty can apply. So the US has also got MFN rated duty. And we also know that on certain products like anti-dumping and countervailing duty, some of the Indian products can actually be targeted. So one clearest example is basically the duties on shrimp products. And Indian shrimp exports have been exposed to anti-dumping action in the United States. The rate of duties actually ranges from 1.8 to 3.96%. So these duties can also apply on top of the existing duties. I think I'd like to conclude my intervention, but just a couple of points I would like to mention. The point is that just because certain other countries, India's competitors, are getting a better trade treatment in the United States, doesn't mean that these kind of arrangements will actually endure for a long time. If you really look at the countries that actually oppose the United States, especially China increased the duties even to 125%. Then after trade negotiation, all the duties came down to 30%. So 20% fentanyl tariff and a baseline tariff at 10%. The same thing actually happened with the Brazil as well. And so the point is that there's substantial amount of room for negotiation. These high duties may not actually remain or stick for a long time. So my concluding remark is that it is too early to close the door. The negotiation room is still available. In the meantime, we should actually do everything possible in order to make our sectors more competitive, rationalize our tariff structures, remove the import duties on inputs in particular, work on the GST rates, provide some kind of an export promotions facilities. These kind of things can actually be done. So trade facilitation measures can be done, but at the same time, the negotiation window is still open, and that is one thing which we need to explore. So I will stop here, and I would be happy if there is any question.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, for the wonderful suggestion. Probably at the Ministry of Commerce also, probably Mr. Sen might be there, or we'll also be communicating with the Government of India on this. Now, next I request Dr. K.N. Raghavan, IRS retired. He is the Secretary General of the Seafood Exporters Association.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Additional Chief Secretary, and thank you all others. I'll be brief because a lot of people following also after me. I'll touch upon 2 points concerning the seafood sector. First is that there is an immediate issue which is brought on account of the tariffs imposed by USA unilaterally. The details have been given here. And second is the larger issue which confronts the seafood sector in Kerala. As you know, the first export of seafood took place in Kerala. We have been the headquarters of seafood export for a long time, which is why the institutes like CMFRI, SIFNet, CIFT, EMPEDA were all located in Cochin. But unfortunately, we have slipped down from that position. As per last count, we account for only less than 10% of the overall exports of seafood from the country. Whereas in capacity, we are still number two. Andhra has overtaken us in the last one and a half decades as the largest exporter, or the state from which the largest amount of export of seafood goes out of the country. But when it comes to capacity, we have around 118 processing units, 130 pre-processing units, and our storage capacity is second only to Andhra. We have around 112,000 metric tons worth of storage capacity for both cold storage and dry fish storage capacity put together. So there is a lot of unutilized capacity in the state, which is the first point which I want to emphasize, and that is a long-term solution that we should be looking at. In the short term, well, there's a huge setback because out of the close to $7.4 billion dollars worth of seafood export for the country, almost 2.8 billion goes to USA. And out of this, about zero point 0.7 billion would be the value added, and the remaining is raw or frozen food that goes there. Large proportion being the shrimp. Now, as was mentioned earlier, we don't have the brackish water aquaculture in the state. So, what is being processed in Kerala is essentially banana, which is brought from Andhra, processed here, and then exported out of the country. We are close to 1.1 million. This is data that is available in public domain of people who are involved in the sector. Now, the US market is easily the best market. They are the best paymasters. The pros are very smooth. It's a very transparent system. So it is a very comfortable, it has been a very comfortable journey, which is now being put to the roadblock. Now, what happens now? Now, this is not just the US market because the uncertainty that is happening right now, most of the exporters are not able to ship. Most of the buyers there are asked the consignments to be put on hold. And since the clock started ticking from 7th August, and that too for the final transit on water to US after 2nd August, virtually no shipments have gone except very occasional emergency ones which has been sent. So the point I want to mention is that there is a temporary stoppage of shipments happening. Second, as far as seafood sector is concerned, they have another huge concern because there's a levy of anti-dumping duty in USA. Anti-dumping duty is almost a retrospective one because right now the assessment for the 2023 year is going on, calendar year is going on. Initially, the presumptive duty that was charged was around 1.4%. Now they are increasing it to 4.45%. So all over the country, if you look at it, there is about 30,000 crores of exports went to US. And if you put a differential of 3%, it comes to 900 crores. Plus the interest element, it easily comes to 1,100 crores. So this amount has to be shelled out by the exporters, which they will do. But in normal trade, this thing that would have been, the money would have flowed, there would have been exports taking place, the return realization coming in. But now in a situation where the exports are not taking place, where things are come to a standstill, there's a huge cash flow problem, which is why we have been repeatedly making the request for extension of working capital limits by 30% and also the provision for interest subvention. Now, I know that all these points are mentioned by the Additional Chief Secretary in his opening statement, but I would just like to emphasize one point here. The banks need to be a bit more positive. I know messages have been sent to SLBC. We also taken over the matter with SLBC. But at the ground level, exporters are facing the difficulty. The normal extension of credit lines, which used to take place at the branch level, is not taking place. This is a sector which has contributed so much to the economy of the state and to the economy of the country. It employs so many people, particularly women in the workforce. So please emphasize upon the banks to kindly take a more positive approach. If everyone feels it's a passing phase, banks should not think otherwise. And they should also face it in the same manner and extend the lines of credit. I know the interest subvention is a decision to be taken by Government of India. We also sought for moratorium on pre and post packing credit, which are all decisions to be taken by Government of India. But what can be done at the SLBC level, I would be extremely grateful if directions are passed on, so that at the branch level, the field level, there's a change in attitude and approach, so that seafood is not treated as a sector which should not be touched. There should not be any discrimination against seafood, because what has happened is not because of any bad business decision. It is only because of geopolitical issues between India and US. Now I'll come to the longer term issues. As I said, we have slipped from a perch at the top. And why has that happened? There are broadly 6 measures that are being suggested. First, we should allow brackish water aquaculture. Andhra has improved, they have progressed so much only because of brackish water aquaculture. We don't allow it. So at least in those paddy fields, Padashekarams, which have been lying unused for 10 years, we should say that this is being permitted. Then only will someone come to invest over there. A person who invests 20 lakhs will want to have returns and should be assured of a certainty or continuity of policy. This is one area which government may look into. Second, we need to promote value-added products. Ultimately, that is what Thailand is doing. That is what China is doing on a large-scale basis. So if you're doing value-added tax, value addition, then all the other levies like countervailing duty and anti-dumping duty can easily be surmounted and markets accessed. Third is that we have to improve the infra at the pre-processing and processing sheds and also in the fishing harbors. There is a lot of work that needs to be done in this area, particularly with regard to the fishing harbors. Fourth is with regard to turtle extruder device. The Government of India has brought out a scheme for granting subsidy for installing TED in fishing vessels. Kerala is one of the states which has taken the lead, because when we contact Union Fisheries Ministry, they said Kerala has already taken the lead to have the funds transferred from other heads to TED. But at the ground level, this has not been effective. So kindly convene a meeting with the boat owners and tell them that the funds would be released, because the model that is approved by National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Authority is already available. The price is fixed, so this is a very low-hanging fruit which can be done easily. Then Kerala has a very strong and sound trawling policy and a policy with regard to preventing juvenile fishing. But unfortunately, the states to the north and south of us, the Muttam Harbor in Tamil Nadu on the western coast and the harbors in Karnataka are not so strict. So this creates a disparity. And from the sea, the product goes either to south of Kerala or to north of Kerala, with the result that fishermen in Kerala do not get a good catch. So we should take up the matter with both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu and evolve a uniform policy, both for trawling restriction and for prevention of juvenile fishing. And finally, the future is on sustainability. And for sustainability, we need traceability. There's a huge resistance that will happen on the part of fishermen and in every segment in the value chain to embrace sustainable practices or to have practices which will aid traceability. There should be some positive incentive from the side of the government, like you give subsidy for those people who come into the traceability net to be given a subsidy, so that at least in the initial ages there's a bit of hand holding done. What are the support required from the seafood export industry? We will do it. Ultimately, you will reach a stage where EU, US, and all will not take a product which is not certified as sustainable, and where the traceability norms, right from the farm or from the sea to the fork, can be identified fully. So these are some of the points from my side. I do hope that the crisis would come to this crisis could be tided over fast, and that we will be back to good days early. But please consider these measures and take appropriate action. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Have a good day.
Thanks, Sri Raghavanji. You are in customs earlier, so you know in depth how the trade happens. In fact, let me tell you, last time I was in Auckland port. The port is roughly around 2,000 acres. The entire port is dead. No activity happening. So they were telling that then I thought, so it is not that only we are affected. The other side also, we don't know how much impact is going to come in. There, no one wants, no exporter, no importer wants to operate.
Ramsey, you're unmuted.
So, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Second point is Yeah. Okay. The bankers, we are already taken up. Probably we can have separate meeting with banks once again on all these issues alone. Then I will talk to the banking secretary, is also my batchmate Nagaraju. I will have a separate meeting with him on so that impress upon the same thing will across it affects across the country. So that is one thing. Second is you are telling about there is one more thing which we can probably use, and Dahej and Kochi only has got this typical advantage. We have got the LNG terminal, the cold energy from LNG is going waste. Actually, you can run virtually zero cost adjoining the Kochi LNG unit. There are some 40 acres of land. Why not you set up a cold chain which can be operated at zero cost? Because minus 140 degrees, when it becomes gasified, the entire cold energy, what is released, you can use it for running cold storage, you can generate power, or you can run liquefy so many things. So I think this is something which Kochi can make use of it, so that the export through Cochin port will become a much more companies may come at what is the storage godowns. This is another area. Your suggestions are most welcome. Brackish water aquaculture, which is another great opportunity for Kerala. I think not many states will have that much brackish water. So another cage culture, and then value addition, infra harbor improvement, as I said, that is another probably in the next budget. Sir, I think planning board members are also here. I think we will think of. Then TD definitely will take it up with the fishery director, and so that we, along with the government of India, I think we can have meeting with the boat owners so that TD issue can be addressed. Juvenile fishing, probably we need to take it up with Tamil Nadu and Karnataka and probably government of India, so that there's a uniform ban. Like when we ban, they don't ban it. So, and in fact, the east and western coast of India are the only place on the earth where overfishing has not happened. So, but with this and trawl, what is a big trawlers coming, I think it may also get affected, because with the climate change and this is a fishery wealth is most, except these two areas, I think most of it is overfishing in the entire world. So we will work on it. Then traceability, some incentives which you can think of probably, so that those who adopt it, we can train them, and some incentive can be. So most very wonderful suggestions. We'll take it forward. Now, next I invite Sri Alex K. Nainan, who is the FICCI chair on Task Force on Exports. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll just brief you. Sir, I'm also the Vice President of the Seafood Export Association and also the Vice Chairman of MPD as well. So, sir, at the outset, let me thank Gulat Institute for organizing this this meeting, sir. So, as you are aware, Dr. Raghavan had already mentioned regarding the entire sector, and so has our Mr. Ramkumar from Planning Board very clearly explained the issues that we are facing right now. So, see, we have the maximum number of seafood factories in India, actually. In Kerala, has a maximum number of seafood factories. So, as a turnover is comparatively less compared to Andhra, but we employ the maximum number of labor. And Dr. Raghavan has rightly mentioned, especially the women labor is maximum in our sector. Another thing is the pre-processing sector or the peeling sector. That is one sector which also has been directly affected. Then, of course, the factory workers had already mentioned. Then now it's a basic issue what we are facing right now. I think I'll categorize into three. One is immediate relief. Second is a short term, and third is a long term. So immediately, as Dr. Raghavan also mentioned, it's a bank's positive attitude that needs to be done immediately. See, now bank is actually classified as a very risky category. Our sector has been categorized as a very risky sector right now. Instead of, as a government of India is ready to support, but unfortunately, banks not taking that stand. Now, first thing what they did was, banks, once they heard about this news, immediately they started asking us for all the pending shipments to US. So now they slowly, once each and every time when we give a bill, they started recovering our working capital. So here is an area where we were stuck, and the major issue is, we were not able to pay our suppliers. The salary for our workers, the electricity, everything started. The liquidity issue. So that was one big issue what we are facing right now. So immediately banks have to take a stand, a positive approach, and immediately, as Dr. Raghavan suggested, that 30% additional working capital should be given as a soft loan, with a moratorium of 2 years, and which can be repaid over a period of 8 years. Something like that should be worked out. And secondly, now if banks are going to categorize as such, our CIBIL rating is definitely going to come down again, which will definitely affect us in the long run also. Now, on a short-term note, I think we, all the support that we require from the central government, like Roadtap or those things should definitely be done, but it should not affect WTO regulations also. And definitely our fishermen and the aqua farmers. For them, we require support like for taxes on the diesel or whatever. Those can be done. And then another thing is, see, especially for the primary producer, when I say primary, it's a fisherman and the aquaculture farmer. If they can be given an agri status, so they have access to easy loans or probably loans at lower rate of interest, that will be very good thing, sir. And then, of course, electricity, the support on the electricity cost. I don't want to use the word subsidy because any kind of subsidy is going to affect our in the WTO for us. So then on the renewable energy, see, we are running cold storages 24/7. We need to run them. So we need cold storage. We need to install solar power and electricity. Costs I already mentioned. And then another area is probably have common effluent treatment plants in clusters. So if we have that, probably we can, all our factories can take their water, their wastewater and get them treated, and that can also be done. So that is another area which we are looking at. I think the rest of it has been already addressed, and I don't want to take much time on that, sir. I think that's all from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. We'll definitely take up your issue with the banks and probably government of India. Then agri status to fisheries is something which is, because it's actually this is a part of fishery. Fisheries is also part of the productive sector. So I think that we will see where it is. Should not be a issue. Then a common ETP, definitely I think we need to work out a common how we can fund it. RE for the cold storage, already there is a PM Surya. We'll see whether it can be partly used by the industry also, because now they have given for up to 78,000 per kilowatt. I think they give subsidy. So let's see. I think how we'll ask Anat also to explore how best the renewable energy can be done. And there is some technology I saw in a WME, another German company. Any wastewater or seawater you can convert into using RE. This is a patented technology which they developed. So you can use it to purify the water, desalination, then convert. On the wastewater can also be converted into fresh water, and then you can convert into briquettes, the waste into briquettes which can be used by National Highway, etc. So this is another maybe innovative ways of using that we'll do. So diesel, anyway, that subsidy part we'll have to think of how best, and maybe the kerosene. As of now, we are giving kerosene at a low rate. Probably diesel, we have not thought of it. Alternate fuel is definitely we look into it. So thanks a lot. And now next I invite Sri G. Unnikrishnan, who is General Manager KSIDC. He was here. I think he's addressing online. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Sir, I won't take much time, sir, because all the points pertaining to KSIDC have already been stated by Jodhilal sir and Alex. Basically, as the minister said, after COVID, the government has been supporting industries in a big way by way of inter-subvention. And similarly, at the meeting held on August 11, like what Alex said, what the industry wanted was a working capital enhancement plus a finance with inter-subvention, which KSIDC is ready to do once we get the government go ahead at the inter-subvention scheme approved by the government. We are ready to extend all help to the industry. Plus, there was also a suggestion that there should be a cell in KSIDC which can act as a conduit between the industry and the various central government schemes, which again is being considered by the Industries Ministry and Industry Department. And also there was another suggestion that we should have a real-time global market analysis cell with industry and with other experts to study the global market scenario, which should again be in KSIDC. which is again being pursued, and Industries Minister and Industry Department is going ahead with that. So this is it, and one point which was mentioned here by Alex, that is the common facility. It's a very good thing which KSIDC, we are doing it in our mega food park, which is a marine park. We have a common ETP and a common cold storage, etc. And I'm sure that that will go a long way in cutting the expense of the individual units. So that's all from my side, sir. For KSIDC, like all this, the financial assistance as was done during the COVID time, we are ready to go ahead once we get a clearance from government, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, KSDC. I think two more things which, as I told in the beginning, why don't you think of a growth fund which is available at maybe 4% or 5%? Last time KFC was started giving. It is very good, both
Yes,
IT and startups. So I think 1% of the, let us start with, I think 1% of the wealth of the all billionaires from Kerala. I'm sure not free. It is only maybe 4% or 5%, either are debt or equity, so that the cheaper credit is available. The banking has got a limitation. Banking may go 10 years to maximum 15 years. Long gestation projects, so probably this will be a very good initiative which you can, probably we can do the piloting. Then now I request Sri Munshid Ali, who is the Secretary of the Exporters Forum, to address.
Thank you, Namshin sir and Jodhila sir and Gulati Institute for inviting me for this audio session. And I was all the way from Calicut. I was supposed to reach by 8 o'clock here, but unfortunately the train was detained at Varkala for last 2 hours. So there was no room to complain about this. Unfortunately, I have to get late. So all the way, the matters already been discussed by Jodhila sir, and prior to that, Alex also detailed the same is the concern of some exporters from that Malabar area. And I've been from Calicut. We have a lot of hardly members from Trivandrum to Manjeshwaram, and many sectors, especially on vegetable and perishable sectors. The thing is, all are afraid of this tariff and trade war, but I had a little bit positive from the day one in the month of April. So in the month of April, I had exported some 2 consignment of vegetables from Calicut Airport to Glasgow, which is hardly a value of 30 rupees, but I paid around 2,85,000 for a freight. It was on the part of a Vishu festival to be submitted that conducted by Malayali Association there in Glasgow and UK. So at that time, I paid around 20% basic customs duty in UK. So most probably in the month of May, our commerce ministers has signed a BTA, and now everything almost under 99.9%, it is zero. So the 20% we are saving, especially the buyers from these almost Middle East and UK and even USA, they are all Malayalis, not the so-called Saipans. So we have been caring that, so we have a lot of opportunical market apart from the US. Of course, this is a 40 million individual entity in US. Even the entire European market, the UK, the Middle East, the Far East cannot counter with the US market, which is the major share of India's exports. So just for the sake of, I had narrated a story which I would like to read here to highlight the plights of concerns. So it's like this: a citizen's warning: Kerala is the canary of India's maritime trade. When a storm brews in distant Washington or Brussels, it does not end at the dock of New York or Hamburg. It reaches the fishing harbors of Kerala, the coir clusters of Alappuzha, and the rubber plantations of Kottayam. Today, as the United States toys with the punishy tariffs, layering reciprocal duties, and with penal surgencies, it is our coastal state of Kerala that stands exposed. This is not merely an economic skirmish. It's a test of whether India can defend its sovereignty when trade is wielded as a weapon. Now, the human face of trade war. At dawn in Kollam, the sun rises over a sea heavy with promise. Fisherman Shaji pulls in crates of prawns, his withered hands moving the rhythm of generations who lived off these waters. But this morning he has no buyer. They say tariff makes our seafood too costly. He mutters, the sea has no tariff. Our catch is the same. Our only income changes. Behind him, his daughters wait at home for school fees he now struggles to pay. Another example is from Kollam Harbour. The story drifts into inland Alapura, where the click-clack of Mary's loom echoes in a dimly lit coir workshop. For 3 decades, she has woven a golden fiber into mats bound for American living rooms. Now her long-time buyers are turning to cheaper Vietnamese supplies. My loom has been in this family for 3 generations, she says. Her voice is cracking. If it falls silent, it is not just my wage, it is our history. And yet Kerala stories does not end in despair. Thousands of miles away in Dubai's Karama district, which is against optimistic, one Mr. Binu, a Malayali grocer, unpacks his carton for Kerala spices to his shops. His shelves are stacked with the scent of cardamom, pepper, and turmeric. If America won't take it, we will, he grins. There are Keralites in 186 countries. We can be our own buyers, which I told you that I had already exported to Glasgow, where my buyers are Malayalis. His words are not just optimism. They are a map of resilience powered by a diaspora that circles a globe. From Shaji's unsold prawns to Mary's tilled loom and finally to Binu's bustling spice shelf abroad, Kerala's tale is one arc of a state caught in global crosswinds but sustained by its people grit and the diaspora's reach. Now, the hidden angle. When export clusters collapse, it's not just an accountant problem, it's a national security risk. Economic coercion. Trade is leveraged to bend India's political choices. Financial contagion, currency swings, NRI deposits withdrawals, and MSME loans defaults ripple into banking stability. Social disruptions, layoff and price spikes fuel discontent, and adversaries exploit distrust through the disinformation campaigns. An adversary need not fire a shot. Tariffs alone can fracture a social trust. Now, we had been getting a lot of queries and concerns every day by day, through my official email by our exporters. So I would like to share some concerns which we are facing. I think probably both can note it down, sir. Indeed, after tariff war declaration by Donald Trump, no banks are elected, which is already mentioned by Raghavan sir and Alex. Banks are reluctant to clear bills, which is come from US market, or release of funds on packing credit only because of the reason since order is from US. This may affect liquidity of an exporter, especially in this time when they are hardly suffering. Those exporters have to pay bonus, onam, salary, etc., which are still in a standstill. Now, Government of India can take a leverage on the imports of automotives, tires, which is under corporate control in India, which is available on a nominal cost. Say, for an example, if a used car or a Harley Davidson, which was Trump was disclosing in his previous regime, Harley Davidson, it is worth hardly 3 lakhs Indian rupees or 4 lakhs Indian rupees in American markets, which imposed to pay 300% customs duty in India, can bring to a nominal duty, percentage of customs duty, which is not manufactured in India. I again repeat, which are not manufactured in India. So Government of India can take leverage of this by imposing a nominal duty, that is the basic customs duty. So Government of India can make Trump happy, because Harley is getting more out of their country, or Thar. And I would like to insist that public commuters can opt this air-conditioned Thar vehicle instead of non-air conditioned auto rickshaw for the same price we'll be getting, the common public will be getting the beneficiary. And instead of, after that, the lakhs of youths carved out of the engineering diplomas completion, they can have job opportunity, multiple job opportunities across the state and opening retail chain networks. Now again, automotive tires, which is a branded, again, which are not manufactured in India. I again repeat, which is not manufactured in India, can be imported, which won't affect the production of Indian corporates. Or these Indian corporate tire manufacturers, this is also under, again, 300% anti-dumping duty, just to make happy Indian tire manufacturers who are importing rubber, raw rubber from countries like Brazil, Thailand, China, making our rubber planters or rubber farmers worry of its place. So once these are removed, then it makes, again, Mr. Donald Trump clearly happy. So another thing is the facing of release of IGST refund on exports, pending hardly 2 to 3 months. Even myself, which had exported some in the month of March, on payment of IGST, which is hardly 1 lakh Indian rupees, still pending. So when I get connected with the proper customs officer, this is the provision. It is on the way going on, but still it on credit. So this will be affecting liquidity of an exporter. And this money makes exporters to approach banks because they need money. So they have to approach bank by paying interest, which will be moving exporters worried. So I led Government of India, GST Council, where our Honorable FM is also a member, to take this issue to take a settled time limit for the refund of IGST refund. Let me say maximum 1 month from the let export. So these are the something, and sir has already told that Nagaraju sir is close colleague and friend. We had already represented some finance minister, like there was repatriation charges, which is again charged by local banks. See, for my bank is State Bank of India. I had hardly 11,000 US dollars, which was remitted by the way of inward repatriation, like 2,000, 1,000, 5,000, like that. So each time I was supposed to pay hardly 2,000 rupees, which commercial banks are charging, like private bank. So this 11,240, this in not in in the multiple times, I had hardly to pay 10,000 rupees towards bank charges. So one side, Government of India navigating export to make India a trade $5 trillion economy, leveraging by duty drawbacks, road tax, etc., etc. But the other way, banks are getting discouraging these people by charging this like it. So we had already represented to Honorable Commerce Minister, Finance Minister, Sri Nagaraj sir, and even State Chief Minister also, Finance Minister also, we had already represented. But right now itself, when I made a query raise with the concerned State Bank of India RM, he was supposed to saying that you go to Finance Minister, let them talk us, then only we can do something. This is what I got an answer from the concerned State Bank of India. So this we are all facing similar like concerns, and the bank, I told Alex also told that they are not at all providing the bills released from even the concern is consignment is from order is from US. So I remain with my simple and humble query to take up the issue with the concerned authorities and give me an opportunity here. I thank you all, especially to those to Jyotisa sir and Narasimhan sir, especially Golath Institute. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks a lot. In fact, the gravity of the situation we realized now only. We thought that it's only in the working capital issues. I think we definitely will have a separate meeting. In fact, their RBS called the finance secretaries for a meeting in September, I think 11th or 12th. We'll raise it. I think this issue, you can just give me a brief summary so that it can be sent to them in advance. So that this can be taken up with RBI as well as banks. Then IGST, we'll see how fast this within 1 month, it should not be an issue because now everything is online. I don't know why it is, but we will address that. Honorable Minister also will bring it to the notice. Then You see this repair, you were telling about which, yeah, that I think that's a huge, anyway, that cost we need to, that's a policy, probably policy decision to be taken at the Ministry of Finance. We'll definitely bring it to the notice. You can give me a brief note on that. So thanks a lot for important suggestions. Now I request Dr.
Sir,
AB.
sorry for interrupting, sir. Sir, I'll just make one quick point, sir, which I missed out, sir, from the seafood sector, sir. Alexis. Sir, it's regarding the, when this issue came up, sir, I mean, we were asked to try the domestic markets, which we are doing, and also change our markets from existing US to other countries. So now what has happened now, all the US importers have asked us to hold our shipments against orders also. So now the other countries also have realized that there's going to be a huge inventory which India is going to have, and the other countries like say for example China, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, they also have asked us to hold our shipments, and in anticipation that prices are definitely going to come down. So that is also another issue which we are facing. So alternate markets again, which may not be immediately a solution for us. So and one more, way forward, as Mr. Ramkumar had mentioned, so we factories in Kerala, we are using only less than 20% of our installed capacity. So Kerala, we have the highest skilled labor. So if you look at peeling a shrimp, a tiny shrimp, that skill is only available in Kerala. So when you peel a shrimp, the tip of the tail also remains here. This is available only in Kerala. So what we can do here is we can make Kerala a seafood processing and export value addition and re-export hub. Like so, we are more competitive in labor when you compare with Thailand, China, or Indonesia and Vietnam also. So I think this is a time probably we can also look into that, and probably if we can ease our ease of doing business, especially import and re-export business, that is an area which Kerala can excel. That is also.
Thanks. I think probably KSADC Industries and MPDA, we can have joint meetings so that this is a good idea. So what the state has to do, I think we'll have a separate meeting on that. So now next I invite Director Spices Board, Dr. A.B. Ramasri.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair and dignitaries. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Sir, the previous speakers already mentioned, including spices also. Even then, I would like to point out some of the major tariff-related activities which is affecting spice sector. The production, coming to the production, we know that it is a huge production in India, spices, but 15% is only exporting. That is around 1.8 million metric ton every year. And it is going to 180 countries, around 225 spice product. So the destinations are so vast. And this last year, we achieved the ever time high export target, that means 4.72 million US dollars. When we talk about USA, India is second largest trader partner. USA is the second largest trader partner for spices, and it holds around 15% in value of Indian total export. So in which around 125,000 metric ton of spice and spice product is exporting to USA, which is coming around 711 million USD, and in which the major component is spice oils and oleoresin, chili, mint, cumin, pepper, curry powder, etc. So we know that when coming to spice oil and oleoresin, Kerala stands first, not only from India's perspective, across the world. The spice oil and oleoresin and value addition is happening in Kerala. So USA has a normal duty of 1.8% for spice oils and 3.80 for spice oleoresin. When the addition of tariff to 15%, the other countries like China is only having 30% and 15 for France and 19 for Indonesia. So as usual, the value addition, we know that Kerala is the hub of value addition of spices. it may change to that other countries. That is one of the impact that which we are facing. Since the major competitors have the duty benefit and India may lose its market share in US, that is one. Then Chile is not concerned about the Kerala state centric. Even Chile also having the same problem. India is exporting maximum chili to USA and mint oils. Then cumin also. Cumin, there was no duty, 0% duty to cumin. That is also 15%. That leads the following, that means Turkey, Vietnam, everything is 5% and 2%. So naturally, there is a chance to lose our market in USA. Coming to pepper, we are all know that 80%, that means 81% of the total export of pepper, which is going from Kerala, and the value also 85% value, and also in US dollars as well as in Indian rupee. Then comes cardamom and spice oil and oleoresin. So these are the major three components. This is Kerala centric, more attractive, that we have to be concentrated little more. So when the tariff is changing to 50%, naturally the major competitors, Vietnam and Indonesia, with 20 and 19%, they may come into the picture, and we may lose the credibility. But even then, our Malabar pepper, Cochin ginger, then Alleppey cardamom, Alleppey finger turmeric, it is worldwide known quality. So we have to get back that credibility and also the niche product in the world market. So the stakeholders are requesting so many supports that I will come to the next point. And another one major thing is curry powder. Curry powder also exporting from Kerala a lot, and turmeric. These are the major items which is going predominantly from Kerala side. Then when we are talking about the impact on India's spice export to USA, as per the industry's source, we conducted 2-3 stakeholders consultation, and earlier it was 10% additional duty. During that time, these importers as not that much worried about the price. But when it changes to 50%, US buyers have reached out to Indian exporters seeking price discount, sharing additional duty burden, and different shipment, cancellation of purchase order. Finally, as our Honorable Minister said, it will impact the farmers, because these exporters will bargain with the farmers for their product prices. And approximately around 10 to 15% of the spice export shipment to US are on delivery duty paid terms, and such exporters will have higher exposure to the impact of this additional duty when it comes. So comparing the last year and this year, there is a decline of 6% export because of this. And this long-term impact, at present, they are maintaining with the existing purchase contracts and all, but it may change in the coming years. So this will certainly affect the exporters with more burden. And if the importers desire to pass the burden on additional tariff to Indian exporters, the Indian spice from India to US will become a non-competitive, and sector will affect severely. So, and also the buyers, US buyers may focus on other supply chain, which in turn will benefit competitors such as Indonesia, Vietnam, China, who have a duty advantages also. So after the consultation, these stakeholders requested certain physical support sought from government. That is, one is already discussed, reinstating the interest equalization schemes. Then ROTAP, enhancing the support under ROTAP schemes, and reduction in quality evaluation changes for export consignment to USA. Then market diversification and reforms that may help to boost the sector. That include the bilateral negotiation with the USA, then PLI schemes to reinstate. Then there was one SIAN, that is standard input output norms of spices, that is also undergoing. So the exporters requested to implement that. Then they are requesting certain cess, waiver of cess, APMC cess. So here in Kerala, APMC is not there. I don't know how that can be matched. This is an overall stakeholders consultation that we did. Then market diversification, if not USA, what other market that we can do? Some already, I think Raghavan sir or some earlier, Mr. Ram Kumar already mentioned that conducting international biosal meet or reverse biosal meet to attract the other country, new destination. We have to sort new destination with our very important and valuable treasure of spices to get a good exporter. That means then harmonizing the maximum limit of pesticide contamination and the newly imposing motion mover activities. So we have to run before that to comply with all these import countries. That means quality parameters. So that is another thing. For that, we have to implement the GAP, then traceability systems and sustainable mode of production system, so that we can attract more other new destination, because European Union, everybody is behind the sustainable certification, organic certification or GAP certification and traceability. So we have to make more concentration on that way to attract this Kerala centric or whatever this pepper, cardamom, ginger, etc. that we have producing here. Then another one is we have a lot of NABL accredited laboratory. You know that for export, one of the major problem is their clearance. That means test has to be cleared. So compliance of our laboratory and international laboratory. So mutual recognition agreement of laboratory and also this codex standards equalization, so that there will not be any rejection of export consignment. That is also they have mentioned. Then exemption to MSME for foreclosure charges imposed by the bank and GST audit related constraint. They also mentioned, requested this. All these things we have compiled and forwarded to Ministry of Commerce for their information and further needful action. Another thing, when we coming about the cardamom sector, in the plantation sector, we are exporting hardly 536 tons of cardamom last year to USA. So that is not that much bulk quantity. So cardamom sector may not affect much about the tariff related issue. Even then only 0.03% of quantity and 0.32% in dollar terms only we are exporting this cardamom to various countries. Other destinations are Middle East and other so on. So cardamom sector of India is less dependent on the export of US. Hence the impact of imposition of tariff of US is negligible on cardamom sector because cardamom is 85 to 90% of cardamom is growing in Idukki district. So this is from these are the major points I would like to mention, and also from Kerala last that means 24-25 the export value is 7,851 crores total. For exclusively for USA it is 1,409. So it is 14% of the total is going to USA. So as usual, we have to come with steps to tackle this issue in a converged manner with the central and state government together. With this, I conclude. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot. In fact, KSD was mentioning that quality certification, they got some what is the funding scheme for that. In fact, as far as the spice is concerned, I think the agriculture being a state subject, mostly the departments, the production side is taken care of by the agriculture department. Only the marketing and what is the export matter, spices board is handling. So I think the department and the commodity board has to work. Otherwise, as Namashivan sir has mentioned, unless you address the basic quality, how do you address the productivity? Productivity, pH conductivity. Do we have enough good soil testing lab? There are 13, you need to test these pH conductivity, 13 nutrients. I don't think except rubber board has got a good lab, but I don't think any of the NABL accredited lab. You have to start. So you have to start with the field so that the Panur one variety which we developed, Vietnam gets 5 times the productivity. In fact, our power minister, he gets 58 tons per acre. This thing he used Israeli technology fertigation. So it needs a lot of investment also. It needs a capacity building. So universities, agriculture department, the industry, as well as the export commodity boards has to work together. I think Anil Swarup sir, when he was EPIDA chairman, he brought the concept called AEZ, Agri Export Zone. So that end to end, right from farm till the export destination, you find out the value chain, what are the missing links, address that, then only we will become competitive, because we cannot tariff, which is some factors outside our purview, we have to address through that way only. So I think that is one very valid point. I think we need to work together. Since he was mentioning that you had exported to Glasgow, Malayalis, okay, maybe 30 lakh people are there. So that is one way, but that's a good initiative. But then another one is protocol for shipment. For example, pineapple and banana, one of the best, like this variety is good. We have got 64 types of bananas in Kerala, one widest variety. But pineapple also we have got sizable, but the protocol for shipment other countries have developed their own varieties. What is the protocol for shipment? We send one to Gulf. By the time it is reached, it is rotten. Whereas the air cargo rates are so high, as you said to Glasgow, we don't give subsidization, because anyway, if the aircrafts that we need to discuss with the Civil Aviation Ministry also, how commercially viable you can make it. So that it become air. Air means it will reach the same day. Otherwise, the by shipment is cheaper, but only thing we need to develop the technology for the shipment. Then only it becomes economically viable. I think AEZ concept, we can work together, all ministries, all departments, because in India we are all, instead of vision, we have got division. Each ministry, each department, each section, then there also there will be subsection. Then each fellow will think. So it's not a vision is not there. Mission and passion. So I think we need to, the end-to-end concept, right from starting from soil till the product is eaten by somebody. What are the missing links? I think we need to address. Spices, yeah, maybe you can add.
Madam Srirama will be here. I think even myself, there are a lot of exporters getting order from buyers like Middle East or like that. Even myself, I got an inquiry from hardly 1 ton of cardamom and coffee. So buyer informed this variety of which is available in Wayanad coffee and this cardamom. So when I used to get an export, it had exported. There was a hurdle from Spices Board. We have to go approach through Spices application. For that, they are charging, according to the website, it's hardly 25,000 rupees. So how can I make a payment of this much? And a coffee board, there's as Sir Bor mentioning, there are a lot of sections and subsections. So I have to obtain this certification of this concerned coconut board, rubber board. So for these each, I have to make payment. So I informed this buyer of these charges. He was reluctant, and he went to Sri Lanka. He went to Vietnam to purchase cardamom from there. He bought coffee from Sri Lanka. So what $100 repatriating to India, it's a national income. So instead of this encouragement, these boards are charging highest fees for to make a registration. Again, FSSI is there. Oh, everything is being in registration charge. And I was worried. This is not a matter of export or import. You know, Vietnam was commissioned. Each time when we export a 20-feet equivalent container, we are paying $100 to Colombo port. So instead of earlier, it will be coming to Vietnam, getting leverage to Government of India as well as state portion also. So an investment in a port, seaport, it's hardly 5,000 or 6,000 crores. It takes tens of years to get repatriation. So until movement has stopped to going export to US market, then containers has to got some other words. This will there will be affecting the Vinyam ports intermediaries. And there is another opportunity. I think even government of Kerala isn't aware of that. We had conducted two sessions, one in Calicut and one in Cochin with the Russian Federation. They have a lot of fund in Reserve Bank of India, and they need a lot of items of Kerala. Kerala has a type of potential to make a market of Russian market. If they have office, they're in here, Trade Council office here in Toronto. We had made use of it there to create awareness with in Calicut exporters and Cochin exporters. So let government of Kerala to make use of this Russian Federation. So they have a lot of fund there invested in Reserve Bank of India. That's all. So my request is to reduce these charges unless either waive off these charges charged by Spices Board or Coconut Board or Coffee Board to make leverage of to make exports an easier method. Thank you, sir.
So thanks a lot. I think it's the last presentation. Your point is well taken, and it's not the ease of doing business, it's a cost of doing business. Also, we need so that we are the least cost, then only apart from productivity improvement. So thanks a lot for all suggestions. We will take it forward. I think we'll have a subsequent meeting with both the banking side, then concerned department, so that we address these issues. So thanks a lot for giving all the wonderful ideas and suggestions. We will compile it and we will submit to the government, and it can be taken up with the Government of India and Ministry of Commerce and concerned ministries. So we'll break for the lunch, and afternoon, I think, just meeting at 2:30, is it? 2:30. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone. All the participants, both online and offline. We now break for the lunch, and the next session starts at 2:30 p.m. Please be back by 2:30. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
In fact, in the afternoon session, we have around 12 speakers. 12 speakers are listed. So we will have to be very careful about timing. And I'm suggesting that all the speakers should take around 10 to 15 minutes. 15 minutes will be okay. In fact, Finance Minister will be very keen to listen to Mr. Veeramani. You being one of our trade experts, why don't you start the whole process so that he can listen to the first presentation and leave.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Finance Minister, and all here for inviting me. So, I will start with some basic background, which you may be already knowing, and then go to more substantive issues. One is that the trade relationship between India and the United States is marked by a great imbalance. Why it is so? Because the US is India's largest export destination. It accounts for about 18% of India's total exports. Whereas on the other side, India accounts for only 2% of US exports. So that means it's a big asymmetry. And that makes India far more vulnerable to changes in the US trade policy than the other way around. That means India needs US much more than US needs India. So there is a great asymmetry in the bargaining power vis-a-vis US for India. This is not so much the case with some other countries, particularly China. China has a significant bargaining power vis-a-vis US because US also depends on China for several of its market. And not only that, China has a huge control over global supply chains in many products, and rare earth materials, strategic products, high technology products. So they control the global value chains. So since they are controlling the global value chains, the US cannot really attack China that much. They can attack India because they do not lose much, even if India stops trading with the US. Whereas from our side, we are going to lose significantly because 18% of our total exports are going to the US. So that is one thing. And the background we already know. In April 2025, the president announced a new reciprocal tariff regime. The idea was to level the playing field with countries running large trade surpluses with the US. And India was one of the countries singled out. So the idea of the tariff was to bridge that trade deficit that the US has with those countries. But whatever theory that we study, economics that we learn, we know that this is actually a nonsensical way of addressing trade deficit. It doesn't address trade deficit. There is no way that we can say that these tariffs will address the trade imbalance that the US is facing. So that problem is not going to be sorted out through this tariff. This trade deficit, in fact, can also go up rather than going down. There are very many reasons to believe that, and I don't want to get into all those theoretical discussions here. So initially, under this reciprocal tariff regime, the US first imposed a 10% tariff across most products and a 25% tariff on certain sectors like automobiles, steel, aluminum, etc. Later, this was expanded to cover almost every Indian export with a flat 25% export. There are a few exceptions like smartphones, pharmaceutical products, etc. Other than that, it is applied everywhere. The situation became even more severe from August when an additional 25% penalty tariff was introduced, linked to India's continued imports of Russian oil. And that effectively doubled the tariff on many products, rising to as high as 50%. Now, the consequence for India, I will come to Kerala towards the end, is enormous. Our export to the US cover a wide range of goods: automobiles, metals, textiles, garments, pharmaceuticals, machinery, and many other labor-intensive products. With the tariffs of 25 to 50%, Indian goods becomes much more expensive in the US market. And then what the US buyers will do, they will, buyers as well as US companies, US consumers and US companies, what they will do is that they are likely to switch to either domestic substitute or suppliers from other countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, Mexico, where tariffs are lower. Now, what we have done in this context at CDS, we have conducted a very detailed study. And our preliminary reports are now already available. Now, we are going to release it. We would invite sir to come and release the report if you are based on your availability. But we have done a detailed analysis looking at product by product analysis, quantification, to understand how much is this going to affect India in terms of that many billions of dollars. So how are we arrived at this number? So our objective is to quantify the actual export loss for India from this, and we can even identify it at product level. And our approach is to basically use the India's actual export data, the latest available export data to the US, and also the tariff rates that US is imposing currently, and what is the new tariff rate, 25%, 50%, or whatever. Different scenarios can be taken into account. We considered various scenarios. And then we used what economists call elasticity of demand. Now, each one of these particular products, we considered a large number of products at 6-digit level. That's very detailed. For each one of them, we have the estimate of elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand simply means how much buyers cut back when prices go up. So when the US tariff goes up, the prices will go up. Then buyers will respond. How much do they respond? That is what the elasticity measure will tell us. So we have that number. For each of those products, we have that elasticity. So we know how much US demand decline is going to happen for each one of them. So American buyers reduce their purchases depending on how sensitive demand is for that product, price sensitive. for that product. Now, adding up all these reductions across about 3,400 products gives us the total estimated export loss. Or put simply, first tariff raise the price, buyers buy less, and exports fall. And we are able to quantify that. And what do our estimates, preliminary, the final estimates are going to come out. The preliminary estimate says that when 25% tariff was applied across all Indian export, India stood to lose between 28 and 31 billion, between 28 to 31 billion dollars in export value. That is what we would lose when there is a 25% tariff. But when the oil-related penalty raised tariffs to 50%, the loss could be in the range of 56 to 63 billion dollars. That is what we get. To put this in perspective, this is more than the total annual exports of many medium-sized economies. For India, such a shock means lost jobs, lower income for workers, and serious disruptions in industries such as automobiles, steels, textiles, food products, marine products, agricultural products, and even parts of pharmaceuticals and chemicals. Now, our study also offers a way forward. It's not just estimating the number of export loss. Study suggests that India and US can actually identify products for mutual liberalization so that there is a win-win, using something called a concept called revealed comparative advantage. So what we do is that we look at the US import data, even for the same 6-digit products, and look at what are they mainly importing and what is their major import items. And then we match it with India's major export items. And then the idea is that this would help us find areas where the US has strong import demand and India has strong export supply. So in products where US has a strong import demand and we have a strong export supply, focus the negotiations there. And we have identified those products using revealed comparative advantage and similar indexes. Now, if both countries liberalize tariffs on these products, trade could expand significantly. The analysis shows that India could gain between 13 to 17 billion dollars from the existing tariff if we bring it down. I'm not saying about the Trump tariff, the earlier 10% tariff which was imposed. From that, if it is brought down to the Biden rate, we could get this much more for India, 13 to 17 billion dollars. Now, so that is what will happen, and we can also do the reverse. Now, India has to give something in return, and we identified which are those products we can offer to the US. That is exactly those products India is anyway importing a lot. We may be importing from other countries. Give it to US. Let them say that we say that you export to us, so we are not losing much. Anyway we are importing. So we just do the reverse and find out how much they can gain. So that list is available with us in the report. So this is what we have done. And now coming finally to Kerala's context. Kerala's share in India's total export to the US is, it may look modest, maybe about 1% or so, but at first glance, this may suggest a limited exposure to US tariffs, but the reality is quite different because Kerala's export basket is concentrated in few sectors that depend heavily on the American market. Not only that, they are highly labor intensive. A lot of people depends upon these sectors for livelihood. So the implications for Kerala is far more than this number, overall number would suggest, that is 1%. But in terms of livelihood implications, it is going to be very, very serious. Take marine products, for example. Kerala accounts for about 13% or so of India's seafood export, and the US is a major buyer. And tariffs hike have already led to order cancellations and shipping delays, threatening the livelihood of coastal fishing communities. Similarly, the US is the second largest destination for Kerala's agricultural exports, including cashew, spices, processed fruits, etc. So it is estimated that more than 20% of Kerala's farm exports are sent to the US, and state's traditional coir industry also relies heavily on American demand. So that means that Kerala's overall share in India-US trade, even though that is small relative the importance of the US for Kerala's key products is very high, and they are employment intensive. This makes the state disproportionately vulnerable to shift in US tariff policy. The new tariff regime is therefore not just an abstract trade issue, it poses serious challenge to the livelihood of farmers, workers, exporters in Kerala's marine, agricultural, and coir sectors and spice sectors. To conclude, the Trump tariffs highlights both the vulnerabilities and also opportunities in India's trade with the US. For India as a whole, it is a reminder that we must look for mutually beneficial trade negotiations. Of course, we need to have diversification strategy more with China, for example. We need to revisit our RCEP position vis-a-vis China in this context, because more market is needed. Obviously, there is a possibility of keeping sensitive products out. Like, for example, in the US, India-UK free trade agreement, we have kept the sensitive products out of the negotiations. So it is possible to keep the sensitive products out and still negotiate a trade agreement in industrial products. So that is still possible. And the India-UK free trade agreement gives us a kind of blueprint for how to negotiate these type of agreement. And then we also need domestic reforms to improve productivity. Every crisis gives an opportunity also to reform, to undertake reforms. In India, in particular, it is important to have a major reform in the regulatory field. The regulatory commission has been appointed by the government. That is what we are hearing. So if those kind of reforms happen, then our competitiveness will improve. So whatever that we would lose as a result of this can be offset through those type of reforms and diversification strategy, and also other free trade agreements, especially with the European Union, and if possible with RCEP kind of blocks, etc. And for Kerala, it underlines the urgency of finding new market, diversifying exports, and building resilience in sectors that remain deeply tied to the American market. With this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Veeramani. It was a very useful presentation. In fact, in the morning, we had a team from the Commerce Ministry. Probably they will benefit a lot from the estimates that you have made in their negotiations. And they were saying that informally, negotiations are progressing. And they are hoping that a deal will come very soon. In fact, I would make a very brief remark and then invite the next speaker. See, many of these developed countries, when they want to open a market like in India, they are more bothered about internal measures than the border measures, customs tariffs, etc. So, as Minister was saying in the morning, they were always bothered about internal taxes. The GST duties, for example, they were bothered because they want to sell luxury items, costly items in the Indian market, and Indian rates are very high. So even if they jump the tariff war, once they are inside the Indian market, they'll have to deal with a higher GST rate, and their luxury cars or those luxury bikes and other things will have to pay high GST rate. So they always wanted to get into internal policy making. They were not very happy with dealing with the border measures, like intellectual property rights policies, investment policy, environment policy, policies related to labor, and policies related to internal taxes. And in fact, no, they have now succeeded in forcing India to rethink about the GST rates. I suspect that this was part of the informal negotiations, and India is giving up. India has already given a major attractive liberalization offer to the United States of America. And in fact, there was another news coming. The advertisement tax on Google and other search engines and all, India had removed those taxes. and that will obviously have implications for the divisible pool, and it will have ultimately implications for the tax GDP ratio and tax GDP ratio of states, and it will have implications for the power of the Indian state. As we all know, since 1991, India's government size has been stagnating, while the size of government in most of the Western countries, and I repeatedly make this point, see, it's as big as 50%. And all these years, their size of the state was growing faster than their private sector. See, all these market-friendly economies, their state, their tax, their public expenditure, both were growing faster than the private sector. But at the same time, post-1991, Indian state is stagnating around 20-25%. And now look at this. If all these measures are taken, then all our states, the capacity of our states to invest in roads, in universities, in research institutions, everything will be affected. And ultimately, that will have negative implications for the competitiveness of our exports. Generally, our economists generally don't bother about this kind of the actions of their state. In fact, no, we shouldn't be bothering too much about the border measures. Border measures are important. We should negotiate. But what are these states doing? See, their state machinery is everywhere. They want to influence all domestic policy, all internal policy, even federal, local government policies to get market and try and earn more profit. Here, I would also like to mention something which I clarified with the registrar of the gifts yesterday. See, a few months back, Government of India withdrew the profiteering provision in the GST. Why did they do that? See, we all believe in competition. We all believe in competition. We say that remove all these measures so that more competition will be there. Now, in the GST, when the GST rates are reduced, if the advantage is to be given to the consumers, then you cannot have monopoly and oligopolies. Only if there is competition, the advantage of GST reduction or any tariff reduction will be communicated finally to the consumers. But very recently, we have gone back on profiteering provisions in the GST. I wanted you to send the details. I got it, and I was reading through it, and it's a dangerous thing. Some of those provisions probably would have had to be revised, but we should have proper mechanism to ensure that competition is there. Otherwise, all tax reductions will ultimately result in higher profits, etc. Now, in fact, would you like to make a brief intervention? And
so what I'll do is, morning I made the presentation. So at the end I'll make a...
Now, if Matthew Abraham, president of APASI, is here, so why don't you? He's not there. Okay. So can I call upon Cherian George, Director of Harrison's Malayalam Limited? Oh, both are in the meeting. Okay. So in fact, no, you can announce from there if you know who are there.
Now, may I request Shri Anwar Hashim, Abad Group, former president of Seafood Export Association, to address the gathering. Sir, are you there? So let's now move on to Dr. Sebastian Thomas, Deputy General Manager, KSIDC, to share his insights.
A warm good afternoon. Actually, I was listening to the entire proceedings. So I came here with a brief note on what are the points to be discussed. But after having heard of all the deliberations right from the morning, I have decided now not to use that. Instead, I will come up with some suggestions, as Namashivayam sir was telling. We need some practical strategies, because these types of trade issues will keep on coming. So how can we come out of that? So what I suggest is that all the community boards, we have seen the presentation, trade forum presentation, we have been listening. All of them were suggesting certain issues that they have been facing for so many years. This is not only because of the tariff issues, they have been facing it for years. So how can we solve these issues? So one suggestion that I would say is that today, one of the things that KM Chandrasekhar sir was telling was that, we must make use of the success stories of Kerala. We should celebrate it. We should do more of PR on that. That is one thing that we can think about on a sustainable model. So what I'm trying to say is that how Kerala tourism could grow substantially. So one thing that perhaps we can think of is that we can come up with a Kerala Export Mart Society kind of a thing. Is a private government and other trade bodies coming together on a sustainable model, and they can one by one close out all these issues. This is one point which I was thinking that can take up all these challenges one by one. Probably the Kerala Exporters Forum, maybe KMDC is there, FICCI is there, a lot of agencies are there. So cutting across the sectors, all sectors will come together. They will forge a common platform. Government can perhaps chip in some money and then create that forum. That will take care of a lot of these issues. All the community boards were telling their specific issues that can be resolved through a kind of a society. That is one suggestion which I thought we can come up with. Then another thing that probably we can do is that we can, I've been working in Middle East for quite some time. So one of the things which I have noticed there is that the China model. The China, what they were doing is that they have one person in Middle East, Dubai, wherever they have the presence, in Muscat, in Doha, all the places they have one trade facilitation officer. He will go with the exporter. He will talk to the ministry. He will be part of all the negotiation. But remember, that is not a government officer. That is by the trade, a body like, the Kerala Exporter Mart Society kind of thing, or China trade body representative is represented there. And they are part of the negotiation body along with the embassy, trade attaché and all. So what I suggest is that probably we can think of trade facilitation hub in some of the important places where our exports are going. Like, Dubai, to start with, we can have a trade facilitation hub in Dubai. Then we can think of, in the Far East Asian countries, we can think of Singapore maybe. So that activity can also be taken up by the Kerala Export Mart Society. That is what the second suggestion that I would say. And then the government of Kerala, the Industries Department has come up in this year, January 2025, with a comprehensive export promotion policy 2025. I think most of you must have gone through that. It also underpins the need of a couple of things. One is that, we have to have, so diversify the export base, facilitate the market, enhance the competitiveness. So one of the things that the export promotion policy of the government of Kerala is saying is that, we have to diversify and we have to have a market connect body with the help of a online mechanism to connect with the global markets. So this can also be taken up through the export mart society that if we can forge. Another thing which I would recommend probably for the consideration of this August forum is that, we are spending a lot of money on, probably some of sir will agree with me, we are spending a lot of money on the investment promotion. So we have to actually spend a little bit of money on the export promotion. We should wherever we go, the state government go, wherever we go, we should go with the products to canvas. The way the Korean, the way the Chinese, the way the Japanese Kaibold model and all went on. So that way we have to really look at how a portion of investment promotion money can be channelized for the export promotion activities. Whatever delegation that we go from the state, we have to have an export bodies, exporters with us, so that the market can be captured easily. Another thing is that, actually KMTC has come up, and then Industries Department also thinking of setting up a trade facilitation center in the Industries Department, probably with the KSIDC or some other agency. We will be forming a kind of an agency that will support. But what I am saying is that the most sustainable model by which we can, for example, I tell you one simple example also, then I will conclude quickly. When I came back from my Middle East job, one entrepreneur, I joined back in KSIDC, one entrepreneur from Kerala approached me. He approached me for a support. He asked me whether KSIDC has an export supporting cell. I said, I don't have. Then he asked me, I want to have some market connect, so I don't know what to do. Then I asked him, what is your project? You tell me. Then he actually, this is from my practical experience that I am saying. So then he said, this is my product. I am in the local market, but I want to export. So then I said, okay, let me use my channels. I was working with I had very good contact in the ministry as well as with the private players. Then I connected this person with a Middle East company. And believe me, he has got a good business there, first in Muscat, then in Dubai. He started his office 6 months later in Dubai, and he has started another office again in 3 months' time in USA. So that was a kind of impact that an office, kind of a facilitation that we can do. So if a person can do it, I think definitely if we can come up with an infrastructure and institutional support mechanism wherein all the stakeholders, not only the exporters alone, related agencies, academicians, policy makers, and supply chains, that is only way we can strengthen the supply chain. We are talking about strengthening the supply chain and other things. So increasing the productivity, then all these, they can act as a lobbying kind of a body for both for the government. So that is how the tourism department, wherever they are going, even in they are going to Berlin or in UK, the ministers and all are going. But they are all going because the Kerala Travel Mart Society is taking the initiative. They come up with, sir, you come with us for this program. So like that it is happening. So they know the issues, the industry knows the issues. We all need to really join and then handhold and take it up further forward. That's all what I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Sebastian. In fact, now, you, K.M. Chandrasekhar, and Finance Secretary Dr. Jyotilal, all of you made very similar points as far as promoting export is concerned. When you started, you said that no, some of these problems existed even prior to Trump tariffs. It's not a very immediate kind of issue. Exporters used to face problems earlier, and our missionary state and all, even export promotion councils probably were not addressing these issues. So this crisis situation should prompt us to address some of these issues exporters were facing. Here, Dr. Jyotilal was speaking about aggregation problem. In fact, no, in a way, you are also mentioning the same kind of problem. Like our farmers and startup units or small and medium industries, on their own, they cannot find export markets. They cannot sell in the US market or even Middle East market unless there is some support for them, and they cannot on their own arrange that kind of support. it need not be a government department with all kind of bureaucracy, but there should be a mechanism so that aggregation scale, they don't have own their own scale in marketing or input purchase or such things. But if you can give that kind of support through a different kind of a mechanism, that will be useful. And I've had opportunity to study the Chinese mechanism, and there all these township and village industries, small industries, they themselves are very big industries. In fact, if you compare with the size of our firms, but they are being supported by this aggregation mechanisms for advertising, for developing foreign market, for design, for knowledge inputs, for input purchases. They run large call centers, technical assistance groups, etc. So we are not getting into a free market where the old style competition is there. Instead, our own market, international market, they are all characterized by huge monopolies, bigger than size of countries. So if you want to really survive in that market, you need to have some kind of aggregation techniques. And it's high time that our state, I mean, not only Kerala, but the Indian state is becoming more and more aware of this kind of support. We cannot assume that free market will take care of all the problems, because that kind of a market is not anymore there. Now, let me invite, can you?
Sir, if you can provide me, can I supplement?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sebastian sir told me well. Actually, I'm not an academician or well studied, but basically coming from as an exporter. So after Delhi or Agra, the footwear industry is in Kerala. The highest number of still we have in the world market, we have only 4%. We have only 4% in world market. Some 10 years back, consulate from India, from South Africa, they had shared a meal. They are willing to open a forum like Expo. So from our own fund, we exporters paid for this, everything, getting stall, that and other expenses. We were taken to the open expo there. This address was provided by the Consulate of India. So for the 3 days, I mean, even an exporter spent around hardly 3 or 4 to 5 lakhs to getting the affordable that stalls and everything. For the last, it was for actually for 4 days, but for the last 3 days, nobody came there. So somebody else from this exporter who had gone from Kerala, he went out of market to make in local shopping area, and with his business card. But to be frank, the address provided by Consulate of India, there was no that type of dealers or markets. So there is no lack of facilitation or communication from the Consulate of India. We didn't ask any fund from Government of India or Government of Kerala. We had spent from our own fund, but still we didn't got a single inquiry. Still there is I'm repeatedly telling that after Delhi or Agra, the second best market is across the in Kerala for footwear industry. So this is being as Sebastian sir told that there is a China Export Promotion Council. Even myself is associated with the EU Pro Export. Every municipality, every city, there have some export promotion council. So even we didn't get a fund repatriation from proper time with the buyers or sellers or importers. They will interfere. They will ask us, what are you facing? What are you tell us your hurdles, or we can sort it out. So we can write an email, we can send the documents. They will bar this buyer or seller from China. So that is the case. Here we are asking Government of Kerala, or like similar to that what Sebastian sir told, to have a common facilitation center. Yeah. That's all, sir, from my part. Thank you.
No, in fact, no, this is a very good discussion. In fact, no, we had a Kerala State Export Promotion Council earlier, correct? But that was a bureaucratic kind of organization which was not really producing results. But no, we will have to think of mechanism where the exporters themselves have a say. A government should support, not the government doing everything. That is not going to work.
Government will not.
Yeah, but that's and our research institutions can help. Like CDS has done this study. So in fact, now we can do very detailed empirical studies about where the market is going, where demand is coming up, and then that can be fed to the industry and this kind of export promotion activities. I think it's time for Kerala to think of such institutions, and the planning board can certainly take an initiative. Now, next.
Next, may I invite Shri B. Shri Kumar, former Secretary and Director, Marine Products and Export Development Authority, and consultant at the Spices Board. Sir, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Harilal and other members present in this. Actually, from the morning I was attending this meeting, and what I felt is almost all the points have been discussed in detail here. So, being the last, I am the least. I have got at least opportunity to speak everything because everything has been already discussed. But I just wanted to give my thoughts on that. A few points. I will take only 5 minutes. See, the basic thing is regarding the marine sector, almost 40% of our shrimp, USA import 40% of the shrimp from India alone, 40%. And next is Ecuador. And the problem is in Ecuador has only limited capacity, limited production capacity, and as well as their processing capacity is also very less when compared to India's processing capacity. So what I feel that USA cannot ignore India for the supply of shrimp. So this they may find it difficult to fill the gap. Then as of 7th August, everybody is talking about 25% tariff. But regarding shrimp, the tariff will be 33.26%. I'll tell you why. Because 25% will be the basic duty which Trump has announced. And along with that, for the shrimp, there is a 2%, 2.49% anti-dumping duty. And another countervailing duty 5.77%. So altogether it will be 33.26%. And today morning I heard that the advisor to Trump is saying that they are going ahead with 50% duty by 27th of August. So if it comes to 50%, then it will be 58.26%. So that means it's a huge burden for the exporters from India. Then what would be the impact of this? Definitely, they will not be able to fill the gap with the existing sources without India. So what is going to happen is the US prices will go up. Definitely it will go up. And right now I got information that the prices are slowly moving up. And again, one more point I have seen is their resources, whatever stock available with them, it is also thinning down. So this is not going to, my feel is that this is not going to sustain for a long time. So the US government has to rethink on India's these 50% duty. I'm a little bit optimistic on that. Then the impact on Kerala. What I felt is the fishery sector, a lot of women working in the fishery sector. And some estimates say that about 12 million women are working in the fishery sector and majority from Kerala. And the Kerala mainly shrimp from Andhra is coming to Kerala, and here it is getting processed and then resent to Andhra Pradesh and exporting from there. So if there is a dip in exports, our women laborers are going to be affected. So some measures have to be done so that these our women workers will not be affected, will be jobless. Then the short-term measures, this is the short-term measures which I feel that as discussed in the morning, The bankers have to provide liquidity to the exporters. That is the most important thing. Immediately they can do it. And reduce the incidental expenditure. Like morning, Chandrasekhar sir also told that incidental expenditure like electricity, some giving some reduction in electricity charges, then some subsidy for diesel, kerosene and all that, so that in some sort of compensation we can make it. And long-term measures, which I feel that what we have to do is brand India repositioning. Because right now, Indian shrimp has some value in the international market. And again, we have to think of it and we have to come in a different way. Because, Indian shrimp and Indian products, Indian spices, which has got a different, which has got a different flavor and see, it's a unique from other countries. So we have to reposition ourselves in the international market. And the next thing is look for the new markets, the long-term measures. I have seen that some of the countries like Laos, El Salvador, Hungary, Brunei, etc., they are importing a lot of shrimp, but our share is insignificant. So what we have to do is we have to work on that, and especially MPDA, Marine Products Exporter Development, they have to come up with some strategy to explore these markets, even though they are importing 2,000 to 3,000 tons, even though it is a small market, still we have to get into that, because there are uncertainties in the market, in the whole world, uncertainties. So we do not know what is going to happen tomorrow. So we have to expand our markets like anything, so that we can get into this business in a better way. And regarding spices, 15% of our exports only to USA, and of which mainly the spice oils and oleoresin and meat products. And again, spice oils and oleoresins, India has got not much competitors. So that, here again, the US has to depend India. So I feel that it is going to, they have to reverse the strategy for the spice oils and oleoresins. And lastly, concerted efforts needed to look for a cost cutting. That is very important, cost cutting. We are wherever possible. And even CDS or some other organization can make a study. Wherever, some few years back, Department of Commerce has done a study wherever the cost can be cut. And like the CDS or some other organization can done a study, which are the areas where cost cutting can be done. And that will promote this exports from India to other countries. And this is what I wanted to do. So thank you for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Srikumar has very long years of experience in export business, helping export promotion councils and all. Therefore, your points are highly appreciated. And you have brought in one element that in some of these areas, India is not so dependent on the US market, and there is a kind of dependence of US on Indian products. And this information about marine products, that there are main two suppliers, Ecuador and India, in the case of many marine products. And Ecuador, the rates are low, tariff rates are low, but they cannot really expand production considerably. So, and then there is another element. Many of these people who import marine products from India, particularly the retail chains, in fact, their margin is going to be affected because of this tariff. They'll try to transfer it to the consumers, and if it is not possible, these retail chains will have to reduce their markup. And already all of them are complaining. Already, there is a problem of shortage of food and related items in this marketplaces in retail chains in USA. So it's very likely that part of the tariffs will be borne by them, or there will be pressure on the US government to reduce the tariffs. See, if you are desperate and if there is no market, then of course the wages will have to be cut, domestic taxes will have to be cut, Indian rupee will have to be devalued, real depreciation of the currency will have to be ensured, and we will have to eat up all the excess tariff imposed by the United States of America. But in all the commodities, in all tariff lines, that may not be the case, because we may have also bit of this bargaining power, because we are exporting raw materials and low processed kind of items, and in the chain, in the supply chain or in the value chain, the final products making companies, they are also very keen to sustain the supply chain, because we benefit from the supply chain, but at the same time, the processing industry there and the retail chains there, they also benefit because of this supply chain. So it's a question of a give and take and sharing, and all those nuances will have to be worked out if a proper trade response is to be evolved. So thank you for bringing in those fine elements of competition in the US market. Now, who is there?
So may I come in, sir?
Yeah, somebody has joined. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I'm Alex Nainen, sir, Vice President of the Seafood Exporters Association of India.
Yeah, you're welcome. Please.
Chairman of Impetus, sir. Unfortunately, when I was given a chance, there was some connectivity issue which I couldn't. I couldn't come online at that time. Sir, sir, I just want to explain the ground reality, what is happening right now. So I had already mentioned it earlier, but for the sake of our minister and everyone others, sir, the present situation is right now, US, our importers have asked us to hold shipments, even our current orders. That is the ground reality. In short, when they're saying hold shipments, it can be for two things. One is, so we are building up our inventory. That's happening on one side. And secondly, we are not sure if they're going to take it for, in future also, because they have, lower duty, from other countries. So now if you look at even our competing country, as Mr. Srikumar rightly said, one is Ecuador, where they have only 10% duty. And whereas now, if you make a shipment, your duty is going to be 58.nearly 3%. Now, on the other hand, we have other countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia. They are only at 20%, 19 and 20% they are. Definitely our product is going to go there. But right now what is happening, now since we are sitting on inventory, even our existing orders with other countries, those people also have realized that India is sitting on huge stocks, or they're going to going to sit on huge stocks in future. They also have asked us to stop our shipments. Now prices are definitely going to come down. Now see, even though Ecuador can't produce a value-added product as how we could do, they have alternate replacements like China, Thailand, and Vietnam. So products are definitely going to go from there. So presently, now I had earlier mentioned, so we are stuck. We don't know where exactly and what exactly we are going to do right now. As I earlier mentioned regarding the banking sector, now I mentioned three things. One is the immediate thing that needs to be done. Secondly, the short term and the long term. So immediately what we need, I had already mentioned, the positive attitude of the banks need to be there. They have to renew our existing working capital limits, and they should not put us in the red category. And if there are defaults, because shipment payments may not be coming in immediately. So then another thing is, so when such things happen, what will happen is our civil ratings are going to go down. When that happens, even for a future thing, we will never survive. We cannot get a bank loan. So that is our biggest concern right now. Now, of course, and on the other side, then immediately what we require is to tide over this present financial liquidity crunch. We have requested for a 30% additional working capital, or probably 30% of additional of a working capital as an additional soft loan with at international rates, a soft loan maybe, which we should have a moratorium of 2 years, and that can be repaid over a period of 8 years. So that is the another immediate requirement what we need again. So on the next thing is the supporting the sector because of duty, like schemes like ROTEP or the diesel subsidy, whatever. That is another thing which can come in. And yeah, again, then we had mentioned regarding the electricity rates and all those things. I mean, because we are 100% dependent on electricity, because we have to run our cold storages 24/7, 365 days. So then we had discussed regarding the peeling sector also. That is one area which, I mean, a lot of job loss is going to happen. And of course, the fishermen, that is another big community. Now, see, at the moment, they're finding it difficult to, I mean, meet their cost also, because their biggest input is diesel cost. So we have an entire community who, I mean, who is going to be rendered jobless, or probably, I don't know where it is going to get, because we are really, I mean, we are at, we are at no words. We don't know where exactly we stand right now. Now then, other immediate measures, I mean, common effluent treatment plants and all we mentioned, sir. That was one thing. And yes, sir, I think these are few things which, so banks need to come, that is a primary and most important thing, sir, that the attitude of banks should change. Only unless we survive this stage can we, I mean, make up for the next one. So this is most important. Thank you.
I fully agree with no, this is the problem of uncertainty in international trade. In fact, international trade will not grow. International division of labor will not prosper in an environment of uncertainty. Now, suppose Mr. Trump is agreeing to reduce the tariff from 50% to 15%. Okay, but then we should be sure that this rate will remain there at least for a year or so. And if you're not sure about the 15% he is offering, and if you are scared that he may change the rate tomorrow, because there can be provocations. Global political situation will change, and immediately if the US rates are going to change, it will be a problem. That's why in WTO, not only in WTO, in most of the international agreements, the rates one negotiated, the parties are not allowed to change. In WTO, we have binding of tariffs. Bound rates cannot be changed. And in fact, after every major round of WTO negotiations, the rates are supposed to be bound. And Trump has violated the principle of binding of tariffs. You're not supposed to do that. India cannot raise the bound tariffs. If you want to increase the bound tariffs, you will have to get the permission from WTO, notify it, etc., etc. But Trump being the president of United States of America, it can violate all the rules of WTO, and that's one thing. Two, every country is supposed to have MFN schedule of tariffs, most favored nation schedule of tariffs, and WTO members cannot discriminate among suppliers. You are supposed to treat all other WTO members as most favored nation. If you want to deny most favored nation status to any country, that is, if you want to change, if you want to charge a differential tariff against a particular country, that's possible only if you have a FTA with that country. Otherwise, you're supposed to charge only MFN rates. And if you take the MFN schedule of countries, there are only limited exceptions. Only FTAs or non-members, you will see different rate from the MFN rate. But now, US tariff rates, they differ so much. There is no MFN schedule available. So he has completely destroyed the WTO system. In any case, as you rightly pointed out, when there is uncertainty, there will be problem of inventories coming. There will be problem of the creditworthiness of the companies. So they'll be very worried to invest and produce because you don't know what will happen tomorrow. Maybe through these negotiations, we will come to have a stable kind of a situation very soon. That's what we can hope for. In the meantime, Government of India and state governments will have to probably help the problem of working capital, help you out of the working capital problems, etc. Commerce Ministry, the Commerce Secretary was hinting at some of those points. in his address in the morning. Yeah.
Just to start with, I think what Trump is doing is illegal. And of course, many of you may have heard about this US court judgment saying that under emergency, certain things for certain limited period, the president has a right to increase. What he has done is, even under the US law, and the lower court has already ruled it is illegal. And of course, the legal challenges are going. But as I said in the morning, the problem is the unilateral action of US over the years. I mean, after 1945 is not the first time. No. So while there are style matters and the way in which he expresses, the way in which he puts it up in the social media, etc., differentiate Trump. But it is no way different from when Nixon walked out of the Bretton Woods and the linking dollar to the gold. No way different from Plaza Agreement, wherein they forced Japan to agree on depreciation, quota on exports, and even to the extent of the society was completely racialized. No? There are Japanese attack at the time, violence on the time. So we need to recognize that. No? So if you recognize that for any country, one is a set of tactical measures, the other is long-term. So I would encourage this crisis, this shock gives us to think in terms of longer-term strategy so that our independence and sovereignty can be maintained. No? While, as Professor Vermani said, I think we have been negotiating for quite some time. No? The Trump at the time, the first term, when he removed and said that India is no longer a developing country, it's a developed country. So he removed certain privileges associated, GSP. Okay. So at the time, part of the government were appreciating, saying that, okay, America has recognized India has become developed. No. So, I mean, it's completely a misunderstanding of what happened. No? And that itself has added to all these countervailing duties and other things that are being attacked. So, and also Biden or Obama at that time. No, I remember, look at the disputes in WTO. Out of some 600 odd thing, 50% is with US. No? So they don't have any friends or foes. They want a fuller control of all aspects. No? The first Bush tariff on steel and things, European Union. No? So we need to recognize that political context of it. No? So it is not just an economic modeling, an economic benefit sharing will eventually arrive at a kind of win-win solution. No? So to me, I think trade is, okay, for example, what is the importance of trade? So also, people are talking today about a lot of self-reliance. We should have self-sufficiency and other things are coming in. But can we do that? No. India is really energy deficit. 85% of our energy is coming from imports. So you cannot run a modern economy. Very few countries, even if you take BRICS, China used to be energy exporter, now of course energy importer, but unlike in India, they are doing many other things, nuclear, solar, renewables, in such a large scale. No, they were able to become well in control of it. So even for our energy need, we need to export. No, the question is, what is that we want to export? What is that we can have a strength on that, and how do we maintain sustainability is very important. No. To that is what I was trying to tell in the morning. We need to see how industries are completely modifying and changing. No? If you look at textiles earlier, it is all about cheap labor. It's moving from one place to another. No? And if you today look at it, of course, there are some movement from China to Bangladesh and other Vietnam and other countries. India has moved down to 5th rank. No? But in the meantime, the industry itself has changed, the market has changed in terms of how you clothe, how you respond to market. Earlier, winter season, summer season, these companies will make design and then prepare 6 months before they tell the companies. Even I went to Kitex here. They have order for next season's Christmas season what I should produce 4 or 5 months before. So those kind of markets are also changing. There is some segment, some element of that, but there is a large section now what they call fast fashion, quick fashion. So which means that you need to be, speed is very essential. Scale is very essential. So I was interacting with a number of startup companies. Now, even here in our own apparel parks, there are new companies coming up. Even though we named apparel park, all the old apparel parks companies have gone. But there are new startups are coming in. If you look at them, they want the supply chain is comprehensively different. And many of these startups, their dependence on linking up with China in terms of clothing and things are so critical. So we need to look at our interests. We need to focus on what is emerging, and we need to also make a significant amount of investments. Look for example, Willingham. Okay, Willingham, the state government has spent 8,000 crores. 80% is state government's. No, yeah, but if you put together everything, okay. Anyhow, but 80% is government of Kerala money, but it's a national project. Okay, if you're saying why I'm saying national project, it's a transshipment. 85% when the project was prepared, 85% of the traffic coming there is for rest of India. We said that we are creating Willingham because we want to move away from Colombo. Also, Willingham could be a hub and maybe compete with Colombo in future. That's what they're saying. But end of the day, anyhow, whatever be the reason, we invested. What my complaint is this. Now, the gateway traffic for Willingham is not yet open for Kerala. It's all only transshipment is happening. And if I want to use Willingham as a port for my development, at least some reservation of the capacity is required for the state. So, and plus, if I want to invest on land, estate, the parks, industrial parks, and other development, I need money. Again, the financial constraints come into play. So the thing is, we need to have one cohesive India strategy, where if it is a national project, all should contribute. Okay, your state want to contribute on industrial development, other things you invest, but provide the financial scope for that. And that is missing. So it is time now with this shock to engage both government of India as well as all our stakeholders to say that what is really required over the next 5 to 10 years. And we need to build it. But we should not lose our sight based on tactics. Yes, we need to ameliorate immediate short-term harms as much as possible. Continue to negotiate. If I can have a win-and-win situation, we can happy to have it. But let us not take away our thinking that we need a longer-term approach. And that is very important. That's my point here.
There is a question from, if you have time.
Okay. All right. It's primarily addressed to Veeramani. You talked about the advisability of going ahead with bilateral trade agreements. UK being the classic model, which I think is an exceptionally good agreement model. But then you also suggested that one should try to work out similar deal with the EU. I agree with you. We are by far better off with bilateral deals. But then when it comes to an umbrella organization like the EU, it is always, they also have a trump card. They use non-tariff barriers of different hues and varieties to impose standards, horrendous standards on developing countries, which they will never be able to comply with. So therefore, always we are better off in working out bilateral deals, even with individual EU member countries and Latin American countries. Reviving the idea of BRICS is eminently sound and sensible. Going in for Shanghai collaboration agreement, group of countries is another avenue which needs to be seriously pursued. And that brings me to the next question. You talked about the elasticity of demand. You worked out export demand in the US. It's a more simple question. Have we got a similar elasticity estimate for these exported items in the domestic market? Because with the new rates of GST, it's one submission, there is going to be, if the price reduction materializes, with all the adverse consequences on the state's revenue exchequer, the fact remains there is going to be an excess purchasing power with the consumers in the state. And that can certainly be the forum where market for the exported items can be explored. I'm just wondering whether it would be feasible, because this excess purchasing power, let me say cashew, or for that reason shrimp, which is by far outside the reach of the ordinary consumer in the normal sense of the term. They can become, consumer products sold within the country if we have got some idea about the elasticity factor. And I'm sorry, I don't want to take more time, but then WTO again is something which we all placed a lot of hope in the past. This is raising your point, sir. A fact of the matter is WTO has become a very dysfunctional organization ever since the dispute mechanism, settlement mechanism US has stopped funding that, which means the trade adjudication body does not exist anymore. You and me can raise complaints at home, not with the WTO anymore. And again, another trivial point about Vizhinjam. It's a great venture, it's a commendable initiative, but then I always wonder, in terms of the PEUs, what are the items we have exported from this region? I'm not sure if we have made any progress. And I think it's time we thought about making manufactured exportable items from the regions surrounding Vizhinjam, rather than using it as the kind of a transshipment center. Thank you.
That's a very important point, especially the carbon tax of EU as a non-tariff barrier is the biggest barrier.
Yeah,
that's what I meant.
Yeah, so I agree with most of the points that you mentioned, the concerns. So when I say free trade agreements with other countries, I also need to qualify that, because India has signed a good free trade agreement now with the UK. But if you study India's free trade agreement, things which are signed earlier and even the current one, what we do is that we reduce tariff as part of free trade agreement. Then we bring in another thing called rules of origin requirement. What it does is that you reduce tariff and then say it has to satisfy the rules of origin requirement. And India has the most stringent rules of origin requirement among all countries that sign free trade agreement. So effectively not trade liberalization. So what rules of origin requirement is saying is that if Indian importer has to take that concession, that the reduced tariff under the free trade agreement, they have to supply this document which saying that the value addition all happened from that country from which it is importing, from with which we have a free trade agreement. But in today's world of global value chains, the value addition that takes place in each country is very small. For most of the manufactured products which are globally fragmented, the production takes place in different places, and to show that paper and to produce that document that significant value addition has happened from the importing country is practically very difficult. So essentially, this does not lead to, this kind of free treatment do not lead to what is called a high utilization rates. For India, the utilization rate under its free trade agreement is very negligible. That is because of these high stringent rules of origin requirements. So if we really want a liberalization in trade, we have to also revisit these stringent rules of origin requirement. Apart from the non-tariff barriers, I fully agree with you. The European Union, whenever they sign free trade agreement, they impose their standard, labor standard, environmental standard, all these on other countries. But then your suggestion about going individually with the European member state, whether that actually address that problem, I have doubt, because individual countries also do similar thing that the EU applicable to the larger bloc.
They are EU standard.
EU standard they follow.
All standards are EU standard.
Yeah, that is different. Yeah. So yeah, that yeah. So yeah, so that is the problem, but we need to deal with it. And in the current circumstances, when there is so much of frictions and every country is facing this access problem, market access issues and all, I think that even the EU may willing to revisit their own position vis-a-vis those standards under the current type of situations where everybody now wants to have these deals for greater market access. Now, the other question is very interesting and very useful to think about the GST reforms under that context. What we can do, the analysis, we can obviously do what you are saying, and we have those estimates of what we have is the import demand elasticities. But those import demand elasticity values are not going to be very different from the usual demand elasticity values, because it is import demand elasticity values shows what is the proportionate increase in demand for a particular product when prices decline by a percentage, given percentage. So that same value can be used to understand if the GST rates are brought down from current high rate to a lower rate, how much extra domestic demand is going to happen for various products. It can very well be done. And this is an exercise I think we can do. It's not a very difficult thing to do because we have India-specific import demand elasticity values at a highly disaggregated level. So we can apply that and then we can find out what is the current demand for those products and how much extra demand is going to be generated when the GST falls, to a certain level at what we are thinking. So that can very well be done. About the Vizhinjam port, my whole idea there is that Kerala can benefit enormously from this, provided we do the right thing. Now, I agree with you that we need to have the domestic manufacturing for this, but then what is the way to do that? In my view, this has to be done from keeping in mind the idea that most of the manufactured products, even in these troubled times, is happening through the GVCs. It's a global value chain, and we have to recognize that, and we should not think about manufacturing everything from start to end in Kerala. That type of strategy should we forget about it. We should think about what particular segment in the overall value chain in manufacturing do we have an advantage and contribute there. And if we have a comparative advantage in particular stages within the manufacturing value chain, what is that? That is where I think we should focus and scale it up and contribute to the world market. So if we can do it that way, the Vizhinjam port can be a big win for Kerala. Even if it is a transshipment thing, if we do it that way and leverage that type of opportunities, which is not just in manufacturing only, even for spices, food processing, marine products, value addition, and that value addition can take place only if we enter into this GVC, which are mostly controlled by multinational companies. So we cannot have that idea multinational companies are not welcome here. That we should not have. They should come and they should collaborate and have an engagement with the domestic companies, and together it should be a win-win situation. Like, for example, we have good case studies of this happening. For example, automobile industry may not be that much applicable for Kerala, but in automobile industry, when the MNEs, multinational companies came, huge domestic ancillary firms came up, and they all benefited from the presence of the multinational companies. So we need to think like that, like, how can we leverage multinational companies for our own advantage, which is very much possible through supply, buyer, seller, this kind of network. Domestic value chain can be developed, and then also global value chain. So that way, if you think Vizhinjam port can be utilized for the state's benefit. Is there any other point to be made? Yeah, we have all the gift scholars here. You probably might not have got enough time and opportunity to interfere. So you people are welcome.
So far we have been talking about tariffs and its impact on our trade. But at the same time, there is one more important aspect. The way of imposing these tariffs, or how US imposes these things in the first place. So they have control over the entire trade network just because most of the things are settled in dollar. They virtually control SWIFT, they control Fedway. So even though we have something like CAPS by China, but that is like only a minuscule percentage of entire international settlements. Large part is again controlled by these two entities. So at least part of our efforts should be aimed at getting out from this dollar dominated economy, or at least think of some alternative. So that is one point I'd like to make.
There's no ban on you.
I've been listening for all these things till the morning, and in some cases, so many are considering this. The tariffs are like a mad act of a guy who called Trump, kind of a thing, and that kind of an understanding on tariffs is a problematic thing, I think. Because taking away from the concepts called the contradictions in neoliberalism and imperialism, and considering this as a one-time kind of a thing will be much more problematic for our long-term like kind of thing. So, and my question will be like, how can we build a strategic front against these imperialistic forces, aligning with China and other developing nations? That will be my first question to all the panelists. And one more thing is how much we can make our domestic market to be more consumable, like how we can improve our income in our domestic market, and like consume the things which we are producing. And India is a big market, so that's the two kind of.
Maybe we'll collect some more questions.
Yeah.
I think the first question about the dollar-dominated economy, how to get out of it, I think Trump is helping us to do it. Because when he makes his economy so closed, that is what effectively he's doing, that, he's making the US, the reason why the dollar is so powerful currency is because the US was such a big trading nation itself. Like, it's a very open economy in the sense that every country, US was the largest trading partner for many years. And it was running huge trade deficit also. That means they were buying lot from other countries. That openness was partly responsible for dollar getting that status. Now, what he's doing in the trade negotiation is that he's raising US tariff and asking everybody to reduce their tariff. Like, for example, Vietnam, the tariff is 0. And then he imposed 19% tariff against the Vietnamese good. So the US tariff is going up, and it has become now already the tariff king. Earlier, he was saying that India is the tariff king. Now US has become the tariff king, if you look at the average tariff rate. So that way he is undermining the dollar, because when that happens, then the relative attractiveness of the dollar will erode, and other alternative currency will come up. It will take a lot of time. It is not something that happens immediately, but it will obviously, if this is the way it goes, he goes ahead. But I don't think this will be sustainable, because the prices will go up, and the US, there will be a backlash against this sooner or later, either from people or from the court also, because as I already said, this is an illegal thing. This is an executive order. The Congress has the right to fix tariff unless this is emergency situation or national security kind of situation. So there would be court settlement and all that on this. So it is not going to be a sustainable solution. If that is so, the dollar dominance will continue if he reverses this thing. But otherwise, slowly this will lead to a situation where other currencies gain relative strength over time, but slowly. About the China thing, like, how to engage with other developing countries, I think in the current situation, getting closer to China is the right thing to do. We have obviously political difficulties, border issues and all that. But then if we have mutual interest, business interest, if China considers India as a nation with a big market, and their investment actually takes place here, and our investment takes place there, and there is a lot of trade interest between the two countries, that's a much better way of guaranteeing security, even from Chinese problem at the border. So, and not only that, that is from the border issue point of view, but from a larger economic interest point of view, China is controlling even today about 25% of global supply chains in all critical manufactured intermediate products. Parts and components are all manufactured in China, and their share in those technologically important capital goods, intermediate goods, key raw materials, all this is very, very high. So if we get closer to China, then that is the way we can also enter into what is called the global value chain. Our own industry needs China to survive and to compete in the market. So it's a win-win for both India and China if such things happen. And we hope the current crisis will lead to that type of an alignment. If that happens, it's a good thing. It's an opportunity that we make use. The last thing is about the domestic market. I think on the domestic market side, many of us actually exaggerate the importance of India's domestic market. Why I say so? Because we always think large domestic market in terms of our population size. Yes, we account for 18% of the world's population. That is true. But what is our share in world GDP? 3.5%. So in terms of purchasing power, relative to the world purchasing power, we are still a very small country, 3.5%. That means 96% of the world's purchasing power is outside India. So if we do not make use of that 96% of the purchasing power that exists in this world, we are losing out. So I wouldn't, yes, our domestic market should grow up. There is no denying of that fact. That should happen. But then we cannot be cut off from that global market and the opportunities that exist there. That's enormous, huge. And our share in world export is how much? A country which is accounting for 18% of the world's population is accounting for 2% of world export. That means there is a tremendous potential that exists there that somehow we are not able to utilize, and we should find ways in which that can be tapped.
Now, may I invite Shri Matthew Abraham K., President of UBASI, to address the gathering.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be invited to speak here. As far as UPASI is concerned, we look after the commodity crops like tea, coffee, rubber, and spices, pepper, and cardamom. With respect to the tariff, I think both pepper and tea would be quite adversely affected because tea we export close to 15 to 17 million into the US market and with a value of close to 700 crores. But pepper, out of 80,000 tons of pepper that we produce, 20,000 tons is exported. And out of that, 40% goes to US. So almost 8,000 tons of pepper goes to US. So that's going to be a big hit for us on pepper. On tea, of course, there is going to be a major hit. In coffee, it's not such a big issue because most of our coffee is exported to Italy and to Germany and to Europe. So coffee, it's only 6,000 tons of coffee that goes into US. So if this 50% tariff comes in, then tea and pepper are definitely going to get affected. What we could do, I think there are two options. One is we need to improve domestic consumption. We need to look at generic promotion of tea in India. The per capita consumption is around 850 grams in India, which is very minimal. And if you look at UK or you look at Turkey or Pakistan, they are well about 2 kgs per capita consumption. So there is a huge scope for increasing per capita consumption in India through generic promotion of tea. And also we need to look at markets which we have lost. Basically the the old USSR market, which we've lost. We hardly export 50% of what we used to export to them. The traditional markets like Russia, Iran, I think these are areas where we are exporting far below potential. Maybe we need to look at an opportunity to look at whether we can get into an oil for tea barter system, which used to be there earlier, or arms for tea, which used to be there before when Soviet Union was there. So this is an opportunity which we need to look at. And that's my submission. If there are any queries, more than happy to answer them.
Since you raised this question of tea oil kind of arrangement with USSR, I mean Russia. In fact, there were complaints about the earlier system when it was existing. And because of problems, we left those arrangements. Do you have any memory of those arrangements, how it failed?
So I think with the breaking up of Soviet Union, the old USSR, that's where the entire the barter system failed, and that's where the Indian tea industry got into a crisis. Otherwise, we were the main suppliers to the Soviet Union market. Now we've been replaced by Sri Lanka and to a certain extent by some other countries. But mostly Sri Lanka has replaced our orthodox teas. And that is where the scope is there. And I don't see any challenge if we can get into now probably the environment is also quite right to get into that kind of an arrangement. We must definitely look at these arrangements both with Russia and with Iran, is what I feel. These are old traditional markets and which are highly remunerative, high-paying markets, which we need to revisit, which we have somewhere down the line ignored because of various sanctions that have been imposed on these exposed to these two countries.
Yeah, that's a welcome suggestion because in the morning, Commerce Secretary himself was speaking about geographical diversification of our exports. He mentioned particularly the Russian market in the context of the current crisis. And he was also mentioning about other markets where we can try to export.
Yes.
So this is something which the Government of India, Commerce Ministry, and to some extent, state government also can think of helping. In fact, now the former Cabinet Secretary K.M. Chandrasekhar, who was there in the morning session, he also made the same suggestion.
Okay.
So it's a welcome kind of suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, shall we conclude? Yeah. In fact, no, the spirit of the discussion is something like this. No, this is a crisis situation. The Trump tariffs have come. Maybe, through negotiations, the problem will go and a new settlement will come. If it is not coming, we should be able to take it as a challenge. And in the process, we should be trying to diversify our market. And there is scope for expanding domestic market also. But the main thing is to engage with the world. Now, there is no point in thinking about a kind of an isolationist kind of model. We will have to engage with the world. If the US market is not open now, we should be trying to deal with the with other southern markets, BRICS. China is a great opening because we have not been really open-minded in dealing with China. We are having some trade, but there is considerable scope for improvement. As Veeramani rightly told, they control international supply chains in a large number of areas, and they will certainly be very happy to align with India in international trade because they have in supply chains their positions have changed, and they have vacated areas where we are probably welcome to enter as far as China is concerned. But then China, of course, it will have its own interest, its own national interest, its own geopolitical interest will be there. That is true of all countries. But there is no point in putting all our eggs in the US basket. We will have to diversify. And in the process, our government should invest. And people were mentioning about Vizhinjam. And Vizhinjam is opening big potential. And of course, we will have to follow up with a lot of investment in other measures. Okay, we have made some beginning. It has come. And it's giving opportunity. We'll have to follow up with different measures. And probably our institutions, our scholars and industry and trade leaders can guide the Government of India, Government of Kerala, so that we can follow up these initial efforts in a meaningful way. And there were very important suggestions like memorandum, an additional memorandum to be submitted to the Union Finance Commission. And then, of course, the Export Promotion Council or such activities at the level of the state government. And I believe that the scholars from GIFT had taken note of many of these suggestions. And probably you can put them together so that the Government of Kerala can benefit out of it. And some suggestions can be taken to the policy level. Thanks a lot. If there is a formal vote of thanks.
The Promotion Council is initiated by the supported by the government, not initiated by the government. They're asking for like that.
Oh, okay.
Regarding that, one question raised that regarding dollar dominance, as an exporter, we had pretty lost a lot. See, as per Reserve Bank of India concerned, the Central Bank has approved 5 major currencies like yuan is there, euro is there, Great British pound is there. But one time I had transferred some hardly 20 lakhs rupees equivalent to a buyer in China. So this has moved through. I insisted on yuan as Reserve Bank of India. But I have HSBC account. The buyer in China is also have HSBC account. So it should not be routed through New York, like Nostro or like that. So after that, I lost for this 20 lakhs repatriation. I lost hardly 1 lakh Indian rupees. Who will compensate? The nationalized banks as well as commercial banks doesn't want to make repatriation through these other 4 currencies. Instead, they are insisting to dollar net. I don't know why. Somebody else from chair can answer that. But regarding this, because lower level exporters will be approaching only this concerned officer of that particular bank who having that account. Nobody from higher officials will be answering for our concerns. So this is what happened. I lost 100,000 rupees for just repatriating 20 lakhs Indian rupees to China. That through HSBC, both having account in both the same bank and transferring the same
So
account.
very, very well made point. In fact, no, Dr. Anup was saying how dollar dominance is creating problems, and you experience the problem. In fact, no, we are all used to, all countries are used to dealing in dollar, doing transactions in dollar. And that dominance, United States of America used to finance war, everything. Their domination, they were financing through the dominance of US dollar. But as Viraman is saying, Trump himself, or United States of America, that country itself is creating disadvantages. They weaponize dollar, and therefore many countries are withdrawing. They are keeping other countries as reserves, and many countries are buying up gold for keeping as reserve. India is doing, China is doing. Slowly, there is a transition coming up, and we should be able to make use of that transition. And that is, in fact, now really required if the transfer from the unipolar world to a multipolar world is to be realized. So the final point is also very relevant. Now, let us have the vote of thanks and finish it.
So we have now come to the close of today's roundtable discussion on the impact of US penal tariffs with a special focus on Kerala. So all the 3 sessions held today offered valuable insights into the recent developments in global trade and its implications on Indian economy, particularly for Kerala economy. We were privileged to listen to our distinguished experts from the area. Also, we will also be sharing the proceedings of both the sessions with all the panelists in the form of a policy brief very soon. On behalf of GIFT and Kerala State Planning Board, I extend our sincere gratitude to each and everyone present here for their active engagement and enriching contributions. Thank you once again. Number 94950533.